See if we're up. Okay, turn that so I can see. So we've got the feed up right now, right? Let's see if we can scroll this a little bit higher here. Oh yeah, baby, 480. Get the hero indicator up. Good morning. I was having some technical difficulties. I was trying to... Let's see if I can move this over a little bit here so I can see everything you guys are saying. I was trying to run some new equipment this morning. Good morning, y'all. How y'all doing? Good morning, Joey. Good morning, Endless Research. Good morning, Damien. Dragon Wolf, Benjamin, Binky, Guacata, HP Kubrick. Good morning. Good morning, Binky. How y'all doing? I'm hoping that this is a better setup. I'm almost there. I'm like 80% of the way there. Yeah, I got a new camera set up this morning. Have a new mic, and I have a new computer set up, but I still need to add one more computer to it. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Good morning, Omar, T. Crone, Alex, Christopher, Inlight, Jafar, Ryan, Mateus, John S., G. Chen. Good morning to all of you. Is this too loud for you guys? Is the gain too much? Let's see if this is too much. Check 1, 2. Good morning, Jasmine, G. Chen, CJ. Morning, everybody. Sorry it's taken so long to get on the... Yeah, you know what? I've got two more. I've got some lights coming in, and they were supposed to arrive yesterday, and they have not arrived. So I've got 2 more lights coming that'll brighten the room up. I tried to increase the ISO in the camera, but it was like a washout effect. Good morning, everybody. But a new camera, trying to reconfigure the computers this morning so that we won't have any lag in the live stream. If you guys are seeing any lag today, let me know. Good morning, Chaz, Douglas. Lucas, good morning. GP, good morning. Miro, what up, bro? Chan Su, good to see you too. Yeah, Miro, they tried to dump that last night. That wasn't happening, right? There was a little bit of playing around in futures, but not today. Right? We're noticing that today that there's no messing around. Looking pretty pro. Yeah, I got a new lens coming too, so you're gonna get that Meet Kevin effect at some point. It just won't be as goofy. Hutch. Yeah, so yesterday, we can get into that in just a second here. We'll talk about that this morning. Good morning, Eutrope. Yeah, you know what? I can probably get some... I like the idea of the natural sunshine. I built this studio so that I could control it because I'll be live streaming at different times of the day. So I've got everything blacked out in this room. Good morning, BG Tati. Big Tati. Good morning, Josh. Yeah, I like the natural sunshine. I just can't control it throughout the day. So I'm waiting on a couple sets of lights. They were supposed to be delivered yesterday. They should arrive by today. And then I'll have the controlled lighting. And then, of course, the camera at ISO 400. This is kind of if I had the right lights here right now, that'd be perfect. But I appreciate the concern. It's going to be a little bit dark today. The lights will get better tomorrow. You'll be able to see my face better and all that kind of stuff. If you guys can see me right now. So good morning to all of you out there. Good afternoon, right? It's 11:16 here where I am. I'm sure it's a little bit later wherever you are. We have to talk about a few things this morning. I want to talk to you guys about the market real quick. So let's talk about... Let me just check the flow right now. So now I can start to watch the flow in real time. I don't have to worry about switching back and forth. So things are going to get better around here already. I can call things out to you right as they happen. And we can start to talk about what's actually happening in the market. It's hard for me to... Before, it's like I've got different setup going right now. Good morning, Hut. Good morning, Charles. Good morning, YJP. Hope you're all doing well. 17:17 here. Oof, it's late. All right, so let's get a couple things out. Let's get a couple things out of the way before the rest of the day starts. So yesterday, before we signed off yesterday, we talked about. Let me see if I can turn this down a little bit because the gain is insane. Okay, so yesterday, as we were closing up, there were a few people inside of the stream, and we were discussing if we should hold calls overnight. And the decision was don't hold calls overnight. And the idea was that dealers were selling futures. Now, this morning, Spot Gamma put something out saying the call wall had dropped yesterday, and or at the end of last night, they said it went to 480 from 500. So we're gonna take a look right now and see if it's still up there or not. I haven't checked yet. Yeah, and it has disappeared. So this wall was here yesterday. There was a call wall here yesterday, and I think it began on Monday and then Tuesday, and it has since disappeared. And you are seeing it now much lower, right? You're seeing the call wall is coming down to the 480 mark, and it looks like we can tag 480 as well. So maybe there's like some compression, even though we have expansion, right? So we had lots of compression. Then we had some expansion yesterday. It looked like we were starting to, but it looks like the top right now is 480. Now, is it better? Call's getting better. Yeah, it's kind of weird. When you're on really want you to stay healthy, get sunshine on your skin and eyes. Agreed. So we're going to talk. So I just want to talk to you guys real quick about where we are in the market, okay? Now, if you break out your charts out there, I want you guys to look at some key levels, snap some lines. We're going to talk about kind of where we are, what we're looking for. Good morning, Kim. Amazon seems stalled after the drop, basing maybe. Yeah, let's talk. Good morning, Ritesh. Good morning, Eutrope. Good morning, Fisted. So a few things. Let's start from the beginning. So good morning, everybody. We have a new setup going on. It's almost complete. I'm waiting on one more lens, and I have a little bit more computer work to do. I am able to put at least 4 displays up right now so that I can kind of see what I'm doing, start to trade with you guys and that kind of stuff. Yesterday, we just had some Tesla calls come in, some SPY calls. Tesla, January 7th, 1170, $421,000. But at any rate, we knew that dealers would sell futures last night. We talked about it at the end of the stream yesterday. I don't know if everyone was here for that, but I didn't end up buying. And as a matter of fact, my spreads didn't fill. I didn't get the Roblox fill. I didn't get the Amazon fill yesterday. And good morning, Little Bear, or Little Big Bear. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, REI. Yeah, so what we did yesterday was we know that dealers sold futures, right? We did have a call wall that went as high as I think 490 or 500. It has reduced. Spot Gamma mentioned it this morning, and I hadn't checked until just now. And you can see we're at it looks like the call wall. There's some compression. We have expansion, but then it's some compression as well to that 480 mark. I don't see the line above it 490 or 500 any longer. And we're getting back into that phase where bulls are questioning, can we actually go to 500 or not? Can we go up to 490 to 486.9, that kind of stuff. Now, there is this thought, right, that we cannot go below 47. Let's take a look. The claim is that it's 4750. It's more like it's a little bit less than that. We can probably go down to 47373. I know that I think SG said 4750. It's more like 47373. It's not as low as if we break 4750 that we're all doom and gloom. I would say that we did it 2 days ago. We went down to 47386 and bounced straight back like it was nothing. So you could call it 4750. I know we're moving up and the supports raise every day. So maybe 47610. But if we don't go below 473.73, we're going up. And if we bounce down below here, I wanted to talk to you about this. So look at the market right now from this mindset. And further, I want you guys to know that more than likely we're trading sideways all day long. So if you're all paranoid out there about what's going to happen right now, you don't really have to. Not at this point. But there's some thoughts here, right? So I want you guys to remember that when you trade, when you are range bound in a trade, let's say you're trading right now on the SPY between 473.73, right? And you're trading to 478. So that you know you got a 60-point spread, right? Or yes, it depends on how you count. You can call it a 6-point spread if you wanted to. But you basically have a there's 4748, and then you've got 475. Let's say you've got a range of 478 and 475, right? So you have a 3-point or 30-point range, however you count. Now, regardless if you're on an ETF or if you're on a stock, I want you to understand that there's manipulation within those trading ranges, right? You've got buy stops and sell stops. You got sell stops at 478, let's say, and you've got buy stops at, or you've got buy stops at 475. So I'm going to be buying 475 and selling 478, and you know that that's where the buyers and the sellers are. You also know that if I buy at 475, I'm going to sell at 478, right? And so if we dip below that 475 or that 473.73, then I'm going to panic and get out of my position. And you can see yesterday is I want to say that it was on the 3rd, right? So if you look at the close of the 3rd into the 4th, we went up to 480 and we sold off immediately, right? And that is a manipulation tactic. So we move outside of our trading range, we get panicky, we sell out of them, right? You also see the selling come into that range as well. We hit 480 and we immediately sell right off. So the next question becomes, if we go lower for outside of our range, let's say we get down to 473 or 475 to 473, there could still be a rip higher to the 481 or even 480. And if you're looking on their screen right now, you can see 480 above. So if we swoop down here, when we get as low as 473, we could still swing higher to this 480. So I want you to understand that as we keep trading, right? So if you're bearish right now, let's say you're bearish, the question becomes, are we going to trade down to 470 right now, or what is it, 465 from where we are for 70 points? So we're going to trade down from 477. The reality is that we're more than likely going to trade up to 480, then trade down to 470 or even 465. That gives you that 100 to 150 point swing, right? That nice, beautiful swing down. That's my view. My view is that we're going to trade down. Yesterday we didn't quite hit the 474. That's really what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that dip by, ride it up to 480, and then immediately sell down to, let's say, 486. Or excuse me, 465. Maybe even 470. But it still gives you a nice 100-point range. Gives you a nice, maybe even 120, 130, possibly even 150 points on the downward side. Now the bears at this point, they just want some downward movement, right? Bears are like, they're getting grinded up. I've held puts, and they're just getting ground to dust. You can make a little bit, but they're 1 for 1. So if you're a bear right now out there and you're trying to take puts, right, unless you catch a quick moment where you're catching something that's really cheap, you already know that puts are generally 1 for 1. They're not like calls. I can get a call to print 1,000%, 3,000%. If you want to get a put to print that, right, print like 3,000%, the market better be going down for like weeks, like a week, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. And it better be going straight down as well. So my point behind that is, can you guys hear me? All right. So the point behind that is that today you're still looking for a dip buy to get up to 480. And if we break below, call it 473.73, then sure, I guess you can take it to 470 or 465. I just don't see that 465, 470 today. Last thing that I want to say on that is if we trade sideways today into the following days, I would expect at some point between the 7th and the 9th, January 7th through the 9th, we will, no matter what, trade down to that 470, 465. Are you guys bearish or bullish today? See if I can see what you guys are reading over here. So I don't know if you saw my tweets with Quinn, blew you up as a bit, but it looks like uranium was totally the move. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at uranium. See the most recent Vanna model? Nope, haven't seen the most recent Vanna model. You guys want to talk to me about it in the chat, please do. I haven't really looked at spot gamma that closely this morning. I was trying to get a bunch of technical stuff done. Cap, what do you think of FOMC minutes? How much impact might it have? I see the FOMC minutes are at 2 p.m. You're probably going to see some negative news come out surrounding it to stir up some volatility. You might see weakness into the 2 o'clock hour. My expectation would be that we trade down into the 2 o'clock hour, but I still think our target is 480. Again, one more time, maybe even 481. Where do you see Tesla right before earnings release? Okay, I'll talk about Tesla here in just a minute. Seems like rotation should be done. Breadth is improving, it seems. I would be wary of calling it rotation right now. Bullish on a dump to buy. Uranium moved because of Kazakhstan. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we retest 479 before FOMC. Didn't we gap up in the last Fed minutes? Yes and no. Cash is dope. Played both calls and puts so far today. Check out uranium. We love you. I love you. You. I love the U 4. Okay, so a few things. These FOMC meeting minutes are not as critical as the last few. Last few really hinged upon whether we were getting a tapering ramp, right? A faster tapering, accelerated tapering, and rates. And how many rates were we getting? We're getting 2 rates, 3 rates, 4 rates. And the expectation was we'd get 3, and we were told 2, I believe. I want to check and see Tesla real quick. Tesla. That's nice. I like Tesla right now. It's looking nice. Okay, so the thought process right now is you've got some weakness into FOMC today. I don't think anything is different today. Unless they drop some really unknown news, I think that once FOMC is over, you're going to see us move up to 480 or trade up to 480 if we have the runway to do that. As we get closer to the 9th, 10th, 11th, like the 11th, we should be down at 465 by that date. So you're looking for a move here in the next 2-3 days. Maybe we trade up into Friday, tag 480, or even Monday. Let's say all the calls for 480 on this Friday roll off. Monday morning, bam, we hit 480, and then we're down to 470, 465. Bears are happy, bulls are happy. Now, someone was talking about the rotation. If Fed minutes offer nothing new perspective-wise, vol protection coming off would lead to a Vanna rally, in my opinion. I agree with that. Airline's pretty solid today. Okay, I want to talk to you guys about, I was just going to ask if anyone thought we had a Vanna rally in store. The Vanna rally kind of is over. I had a sheet. I'll try to dig it back up ahead where all the roll-offs were coming. We have some more roll-offs this week. I think we have a roll-off on Friday of some pretty big gamma. So maybe we'll see it on Monday. I want to talk to you guys about this quote-unquote rotation trade. I don't think that's what it is. You know that dispersion trade that they're talking about right now? It's kind of where they're basically selling calls outside the money, right? They're selling calls to all the bulls. Not many bulls are buying them. So they're selling a ton of puts to bears. Bears are buying all these puts. They're pinning the indexes. And then they're taking the shittiest stocks that make up the top, let's say 5 or 10 of these indexes that are beaten down, and then they're just buying straight calls in stock in these companies. So I was talking to you guys about AMC yesterday. You noticed Nikola get ripped this morning and yesterday on bullshit news. Now, you've noticed the past few days there have been companies that have been ripping, right? You've seen, matter of fact, you saw Nikola just went up to 11.51, right? The idea is in this dispersion trading is that there are hedge funds and banks right now that are selling index bulls and bears a bunch of shit, and then they're going into components of other indexes and ripping stocks up. They're making stocks that are pinned way, way low, sold off, and one by one they're trading them up. Yeah, so let's say if you guys right now, let's say you take a basket of stocks. You guys know what dispersion trading is? Does everybody out there know what dispersion trading is? Does everybody understand it? I can explain it simply. I watched a video that gave me the best description I could find, and I was very happy with it. So basically, it's pretty neat, right? This is really neat. You guys know what it is? Or the MM's buying all the way outside the money spreads on Tesla. Yeah, they could be buying out way outside the money spreads as well, selling them too. Good morning, Benny Mac. So the idea would be this. If you had let's say you had a car, or let's say you had a car, and let's say the car is IWM, small caps. So you have small caps, IWM. And within IWM, you know that the top 10 stocks within it. Well, let's say this car has tires, an engine, seats, doors, windows, and you could get more money from the parts of that car, but not the car itself, right? Or buy and sell those parts. Like you could buy a door. So let's say you could buy, if let's say it was an index, you could buy AMC for dirt cheap, $25, right? And then sell it for 50. Whereas if you were going to try to trade the IWM, you're not going to make as much money on the IWM going up, to 230 or 240. So what you'd end up doing is you pin the IWM, you make high flying larger components of IWM are kind of keeping it down or whatever, and you're selling calls and puts in IWM. Meanwhile, everybody's focused on IWM. Hey, IWM's going up, but it really isn't. When what they're doing is they're taking a basket of 10 stocks underneath it, making it rip. You end up chasing after it after it's ripped. They take all their money and leave that stock. Yeah, it's very much like the salvage business. So I look up the dispersion trading or just dispersion. It's called something else, but that's the idea of, because people are saying, well, there's a rotation in the market right now, and once Apple and Amazon come down, market's going to collapse. Yada yada yada. And in reality, that's not going to happen. They're going to trade the indexes sideways, and they're going to make a ton of money off of low. There's a prime example. You saw XLF kind of fly yesterday, but in reality, you saw the components of XLF go booming. They traded the hell out of XOM yesterday, XOM. You saw Nikola get ripped, right? Nikola's at what, $9, $8, something like that. They went up like 6 or 7% this morning. And you might want to start today if you have the time. Look at some of the stocks. Look at like the top 10 stocks within IWM or some of the value names, and you'll see which ones are ripping. You saw what came up. John Deere ripped yesterday, I think. So they're just grabbing one of these like one at a time. They're going through and just pumping these stocks up. Good morning, Mario. Let me see. Is Tilray in the same boat? What I would say is that you make a watch list of 50 or 100 stocks, and you see which ones they're pumping each day, and so you can target individual tickers rather than just the indexes right now currently. What they end up doing too is end up bleeding all these bulls and bears in the indexes. And you're seeing Tesla being weak right now. Tesla probably get weak down to the 475, 473. If there is no negative or unknown news inside of the FOMC minutes at 2 p.m., then you're going to be looking to buy some calls. And yes, most FOMC minutes, last 2 or 3, I've usually bought 0 dates half an hour before FOMC. And you can tell if everybody's loaded, you can tell which side everybody's loaded up on, and you pick the opposite side. So if everybody's loaded up on the call side a half an hour before FOMC, I usually take the contrarian trade. If everybody's loaded up on the put side half an hour before FOMC, I usually take the opposite side of that trade. So I'll look right now. We'll look and see what SPY is shaping up for heading into FOMC. And so yeah, you got everybody's loaded up on 478C for FOMC even right now, which is kind of insane. And then I'm looking at, let's look at January 7th. And actually, you've got everybody loaded up on 476 P for puts on Friday, January 7th. The more conservative bear out there, the more taste-driven bear. Yeah, let's take a look at ENPH. I used to love trading ENPH. Ooh, I like it. Let's take a look at ENPH. Still not ready for ENPH. Still not there. Almost there. Not quite. But I'm going to put it on my list because let's see when it started trading. You know, it's not like ENPH is not a good company, because they are. It doesn't matter what they tell you in the news. The news is used for you know, I'm going to put that on my list. Let me get a piece of paper. I'm going to write a list right now. So why don't you guys text me right now? Why don't you guys wait a minute, you guys are going so fast. MU is flying. ENPH, MU. Hold on. Okay, so give me a list. In the chat box, I want you to give me a list of stocks that you think are going to turn around in 2022. 2022. Sound like Joe Biden. In 2020. Give me a list of stocks that you think are the trade of 2022. ENPH, because I think ENPH can get on that list at some point. Yeah, I can take a look at Misfit, and I'll take a look at AMC for everybody that's out there. Can you guys in the chat box just text me what you think between 1 and 3 stocks, so that I can look at them for the basket of stocks this weekend. I want to see what you guys have and versus what I've got. So we're gonna look at AMC real quick, because I think I'm gonna talk to you guys about AMC in a little bit. I don't think AMC is ready to turn yet, but I think it has a fair chance of turning in the next week. I think in the next week there's going to be a big turn in AMC, and I know that everyone disagrees with that. So yesterday we had this nice little support area here. This still looks like support to me. It was at 25 yesterday, so it has come down. We had this nice support. Now we've got trap sellers above at 25, 26, and you've got buyers down below at 23. You got more sellers than buyers, and you've got negative put flow on AMC at the moment. Look at Misfit next, MSFT. Don't put just the stocks you love in there that you're trapped in. Put stocks that you think are going to have a turn in 2022. Because if I bring them up on a chart and it looks pretty ugly, like they ain't coming back, then I'm not going to put them in the Sunday stream. I want you guys to think about what tickers you think are going to be big in 2022. So Tilray, I'll look at that one again. I don't like Tilray, but I'll look. Baba, Plug. You guys are all pick. I'll look at these. I'll look at all of these. K-Web's a tough one. Yeah, I've got a Tesla video. I just have to upload it. I made a Tesla video. I just haven't had a chance to upload it yet. CPMG, PLTR, NDM, Neo, TSM. You know, I think the thing that kills you about reading this list from you guys is you guys are like masochists. You guys just want to get strapped to the board and get whipped. No offense either. Rig. Ooh, I want to look at that one for sure. BA, CPNG, Neo. I think I have some of those already. Tesla Palantir, ABNB. I like the ABNB trade. LMT, I used to trade that. MUOSTK. I like OSTK. OSTK was a kick-ass trade in 2021, by the way, I think, if I remember correctly. I can't remember. Or it's turning around. It's one of those two. So DKNG, just so you guys know, is I don't think it's going to be the stock, or I don't think it's going to be the one that goes bankrupt this year or gets absorbed. It might be. See Palantir, LMT, DKNG, Tesla, PLTR, TSM, BA, Snow. We can look at Snow. Thanks for that heads up, T-Crone. T-Crone just said, be careful with rig. Highest chance of bankruptcy of the offshore drillers. You know, there is a guy, Stepping Stone Trader. You might want to hook up. You can look this guy up on Twitter. His name is Stepping Stone Trader. I think, yeah, Stepping Stone Trader. Look him up. I think he used to work in oil and gas rigs, and he was like the guy. And the guy that Cap doesn't want our bags. It's, you know, we'll talk about that too on Sunday. It's important for you guys to. Oh, anyways, rig. Look up at Stepping Stone Trader. I think he worked in some capacity, some supervisory capacity, manager capacity. I think XLF is going to be huge with rate increases. Yeah, XLF is going to be a kind of a no-brainer to an extent. I don't like how it trades because it's not liquid enough. I've traded XLF many times. I've made great money and then I've lost some money, even when it should be going up. Roku, AGFY, AFRM, Fang, Tesla, Milco, SoFi, EGLX. I like the idea of that one. I want to check that one out. Don't touch until next DR. Okay. Maybe gold miners. Sweet. Hell yeah, Brad. On the trade on Palantir, EGLX, SNBR. All right. So so the thing is this, is that every year, right? Every year, you guys know that every year there's a new ticker, or let's say look back at Wall Street Bets favorite tickers or retail's favorite tickers from 2019, 2020, 2021. They're different every year to an extent. Not always, but they are somewhat to an extent. Roblox, I like Roblox. SNBR, I'm late joining. Good morning, Chase. How are you? Or good afternoon. Blood Stunt. Yeah, so I agree that it's probably Penn. So supposedly one of these betting companies is going under. I doubt BetMGM, but supposedly one of these online betting companies will be bankrupt by end of year, and they're being traded down because of it. I got Palantir already. Been out the Rona. Hey Matt S, how you feeling? You feeling any better, brother? CVX, BP, BAC, NOC, Ford. Okay. Yeah, I'll look at all those. BBBY. Okay. I don't mind looking at BBBY again. But let's think about something. You guys all just texted me a lot of stocks that some of them will probably come back and have a great year. Okay, so that's MSFT. You guys see support right now in MSFT. So it's kind of coming down here. This is a very light support. Real support right now on MSFT is 321. I'd be a buyer here, no doubt. 321. We're going to go to, what's the next ticker you guys want me to look at real quick? Looks like SPY is slightly weak right now too. I want you to also check out at this moment, check out Victoria's Secret, VSC0. It peaked out. I put that on a watch list this morning on Captain's Alpha. It peaked out at 11.19 at 58.80, and it looks like there's a dip being bought on it right now. VSCO. We'll look at it real quick. Hold on here. We're going to look at VSCO. Maybe we can get a trade on this one. We'll check it first. So VSCO. We'll blow through these real quick before I take any more requests from you guys. I'm going to go through some stocks with you this morning. We're going to see what's happening. So if you look at, VSCO has a big giant green bar in it currently, right at this moment, at 51 or 58.15. We're going to take a quick look at it and see what's happening in this trade. Set an alert on 53.91. Set another alert at 55.40. And you can probably run that up to 61.50 on VSCO. Just pay attention to it this morning. There was a tag earlier at 58.11. We can get more granular on this, see what's happening. Some buyers down here at 57.53. Looks like it's we got sellers above here at 58.59. So it is in some traffic. Keep an eye out on this down at 55.32. That's really low though. 55.32. That's pretty low. Looks like the price looks like the price targets on it is 61.57. You do have more sellers than buyers currently. Might be a nice dip buy though. Maybe at 57.54. Keep an eye on that one. Because it is on fire. The thing's been running for 2 days. Well, one and a half days right now. Also keep an eye out on BA currently. They're about to tag up on their... BA ran this morning as well. We talked about that one pre-market. I did a post on Captain's Alpha. BA ran right out the gate, right? So we'll look at BA and see if that's going to get picked up again. BA is sitting at 216.45. You've currently got more, it looks like you got more sellers than buyers. You've got some resistance above at 217, 219, and 220. $235 is the target. Let's see if we can find more buyers below. No, you're almost at a. Look, I mean, you could try to buy it at 215, but you've got a lot of resistance ahead right here on BA. BA trade might be over for the day. eBay is pulling away this morning as well. They had a nice rip-off close. They had a nice bounce right out the gate. eBay looks like it's getting ready to rip higher. We'll take a look at that one next. Just saw some AMC calls coming in, January 7th, 26C for 12 grand. Yep. So here might be a quick one for you. You guys open up eBay in your charts. It's looking like it wants to rip real quick. You've got light resistance above at 66.93. Price target is 67.83. It's a nice little rip right there. It's a nice setup. Open up eBay. You have some smart money down below at $63. And you've got even smarter money down below at $59.96 and $58. Looks like the target is $67.79. Slightly more sellers than buyers, but it's close. Worth keeping an eye on this morning or this afternoon. Let's look at John Deere real quick and see if that trade is over. Looks like AMC's bottoming out here. We'll take another look at AMC if that's real or fake. Just a second. Still have more buyers than sellers on John Deere. It already hit 386 and ricocheted off. You can see where that resistance was above here. Strong, strong resistance above at 390. If you wanted to re-enter, you got some more resistance above here at 400. I'd say it's still strong though. This might be a place you can take a position in John Deere. Looks like there's some buyers down below at 359, 355. Still price targets of 390 and 400. Still have more buyers than sellers. On a more granular level, wait for 377.01. Some more slight resistance at 380, but it's a nice one too. I like that one. Look at AMC one more time because there is some call flow coming in on AMC. Keep an eye on this one too, HYFM. January 21st, 25C. Someone spent 88 grand on it. It's a cheap ticker. Calls were 750. They bought 750 25Cs for January 21st at $1.17. Ticker is Hotel Yankee Foxtrot Mike, HYFM. Oh, look at this sneaky little trade down here, huh? Look at AMC. Some sneaky little buyers down here at 23.50. Some real buyers down here at 23.03, 23.06. See where firm support is on AMC. Wonder if AMC squeezes here. I mean, we're really, what's the next stop, right? $0? I doubt that. Is this AMC trading happening? Is this trade actually happening today? I wouldn't be shocked if it started today. The problem with taking the trade though today is that it might still take 2 to 3 days, maybe 5 days for it to rip higher. Might be a nice call spread. And on Sunday I want to do this video with you guys so I can show you when to buy the dip. When to look for the turn in a stock. How long has AMC been going down now for? Some time, right? Since September 13th. It's been, what, 3 months? 3 months, 90 days. Been going down, down, down. Had that little bit of capitulation down at 20 bucks. It's making its second dip right now. Maybe you catch that second dip for a little bit, let it dip a third time, and then you look for the big, huge one. Then take it to 45 bucks. I still see AMC at like 3 bucks, but at the same time, like honestly, I do think AMC goes down to $3, $5, whatever. Yeah, I'll look at some tickets for you here in just a second. Have any of you guys been playing TAP, by the way? TAP has just been crushing it. The Molson Coors trade's been on for like a week, I think. XLE's still cranking. MU's up 1.86% to the moon. Viacom's up 2%, just keeps cranking. Been trading that Viacom. EA's up. We're gonna look at none of you guys traded BOXL this morning? That's up 3%. That was on the list. SWKS was on the list. They're up right now. They're ready to rip. SWKS. AEO ripped off the bell. Came back down. That's American Eagle. VMW posted that one this morning on a Captain's Alpha. That one just kept ripping right off the bell. It hasn't stopped. Just keeps going up. Went from 119 to 124.40. So tap, buy it at 46, sell it at 52. It might be a localized top right now too. That might be a nice trade, or might be a nice short eventually. If you guys are getting bearish on tap, if it doesn't break through 51.54, You might have a nice short on you at some point. 51.86, call it. If you're bullish, you could probably grab it at 46.92 and run it up to 52. It's right in the middle right now. All right, let's look at what you guys were requesting earlier. You guys called out a bunch of tickers. Cap, can we look at Qualcomm? What are we looking at here? Let me scroll back a little bit. The ticker name. Oh, it's cut off. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can get it. Let me see if I can get it. Can you guys see it now? Is that better? Let me see if I can make this better. Desperado. Oh, wait a minute. Thank you, ML, for the tip today. Benny Mac, thanks for the tip today. Arun, thanks for the tip yesterday. Junior Stonks, thanks for the tip yesterday. MJ Paz, thanks for the tip. BBC, thanks for the tip, brother. Christopher, I think I got everybody so far. Can you guys see the ticker name now? Is that better? Let's see if you guys can see everything. Does that help? All right, hold on. Sold BA calls yesterday. Can you move the screen over so we can see the ticker on the tab? Let me know if that works for you guys. I was listening in a podcast about farm sector, and a lady who was in touch with farmers said many aren't buying farm equipment. Yeah, it's really weird, Chase. There's this big push right now. People are saying that if you don't want to invest in bonds during inflation, that or during when rates are increased, that you can invest in farmland. There are funds. They're not really part of the stock market, but I'm not really. We're going to have that talk on Sunday. Why your best inflation hedge is the S&P 500. So I'm going to do QCOM next. So that's TAP, TAP. I think that's Molson. The trade's been on for like a week, I think. We're going to do QCOM next. And thanks for the heads up on the screen not being able to see the ticker. Not sure that's good for Dare. You know what Dare is right now? There's a viewpoint right now that if you hide in stocks that produce real things for real money, that'll be the trade of 2022 due to if the market goes down. There's an argument by some hedge funds that disagree with that. They think that they're being loaded on right now, right? So if the market falls, all stocks fall in unison now. Everybody's making the same trades. Some nice bashing going on QCOM. Got some resistance above here at 193.80, 194. Nice dip buy down here at 192. Lots of interest today in QCOM. The big sell for QCOM is 194.84. Even if you get through this stuff right here, it looks like. Get lots of sellers. And your ultimate price target is 199.52. So if you can take your calls to 194.70, get out of them, and then pick them back up at 195.30 to 200 if that trade is still going on today. You do have more sellers than buyers currently in QCOM. Yeah, you see that GPN? That GPN golden ticket last week, I saw that one. See if I can get down to the rest of you guys are talking about. Wait a minute. So let's see what you guys are saying here. Let me scroll through. You guys are so fast. You guys type so much. How about Facebook? Yeah. These three if you get a chance later. Jesus. All right, I'll be quick. Roblox is coming to us. Yeah, I like Roblox. Let me look at Roblox right now. Oh, yeah, baby. You're correct. Roblox is coming to us. My hope is that Roblox will go down next week. I think the market's going to sell off at some point around the 10th, leading into the 10th, maybe like 8th, 9th, 10th. So maybe I'm going to wait right now. I guess I could take this trade into the weekend, maybe into Friday. But in reality, at this point, now I want to wait to buy some stocks until the 10th. Interested in these three if you get a chance later. GNRC. Let's whip these out real quick. You guys looking for real levels on tickers? I get that. I like this one. This is nice. This is real nice. You got some real nice support at 320. You got more support down at 301. Price target is 350. Good job on GNRC. And then you've got ASAN. Asana. Try to only throw, do I like XBI? Try not to throw so many tickers at me, like one at a time. And I can't do a ton of them. I'll do as many as I can right here. You've got great support. Here's another great one. Asana, finding some great support. You got more buyers than sellers. This is a great trade right now. Buyers at 63.14, price target 67. Great trade. You have real support though down at $60. Be conscious of that. Though it looks like it's on an uptrend right now, it's going to try to tag 67.19, let's say. It's another good one. Someone's throwing out some kick-ass tickers today. And we're going to look at SQ next. You guys can always pause this broadcast. Go back to where you saw me do a ticker, right? Write down what you need to write down for your own notes. And then you refresh the page, and you can come back to where we are live. Ooh, I like this one too. Dude, who did these tickers? Zach Burton. Hello, lady. My, jeez. Zach Burton called out 3 bangers right now. SQ, bouncing off support. Hard support, 150.23. Let me see that trade right now myself. Smoking trades from Zach Burton. Guy knows his stuff. Oh, yeah. I like that trade, Zach. Let's look a little bit deeper and see if we've got more support somewhere else. Ooh. I like it. I like this SQ trade again. So what, SQ is going to either fall off the face of the earth, right? At this point? You know, I do, you know, it's funny too, on my chart, I have this exact number. I have SQ. This is true. Like, I don't know if you guys can see this. I've got SQ. See those 2 lines I've got there on the bottom? This is my buy zone for SQ. I probably have an email right now saying buy SQ. But my price target in SQ is between 135 and 150. It's a nice trade. You know what? I'm probably going to take this trade. I'm going to look down at 135 and see if there's support. And nope, it looks like you might have tagged just right. Let me look at this real quick. You know what? I'm going to place a trade here, I think, on SQ. When is SQ? When is SQ? Hang tight, guys. When is SQ earnings? I mean, it could trade slightly down into earnings. February 22nd. It's a nice trade. SQ. I like us. You just gave me 3 banging tickers. Like straight banging tickers. Where are we at right now? 150? 150. There's all kinds of interest too after ER. You know, I mean, the sucky part is that their last ER was so bad that they're probably going to trade sideways to down right into ER. That's to be expected on any ticker that had a bad ER. So let's say it trades down to 135, like just grinds down to 135, and it's going to rocket ship. But there are buyers here. There's no doubt that there's buyers here. And you've got more buyers than sellers. Hero indicators turning positive on SQ. I might take a small SQ trade. I'm interested in that one right now. XBI, we can do XBI next. Sorry, it's taking me a bit to get you. When you guys bog me down with, like, you guys put way too many meters up there. But Zach, you can put as many as you want up there because you know how to look for bottoms, and that is critical. I don't like chasing bags, and those 3 tickers you just posted don't look like we're chasing bags. Yeah, the biotech trade might be over right now. You've got more sellers than buyers in XBI. I want to say that XBI is cooling down. Let me see. Tap. What else you got? Thoughts on CCJ? I'll write CCJ down and look at it. Yeah, BBC. Whoever BBC is out there, thank you for your tip. Quinn is here? Hey, Quinn. Good to see you, brother. Hey, Quinn. How are you, my man? Good afternoon, my friend. I love that, bro. I love Quinn. PE and other kind of funds rolling up all sort of cash flowing businesses. Lisa Cook, Sarah Bloom, Jasmine. You like Gia for longs. Which options play would you suggest? I'm in on SQ waiting. Yeah, SQ is a good buy right now. Well, so that's the thing. Here's the key on SQ, okay? We need to address SQ. So you're going to look for a couple things. You're looking for a few things, right? When you're looking at ER, you know that ER is going to be. Hello, Henry. How you doing, little buddy? Hello, good boy. Hi. Were you outside playing in the snow? Yeah, you're a good boy. All right. Go lay down. Yeah, you want the back scratch, don't you? You want to cuddle? So, if you're looking at the thing you need to understand about SQ is that it had a bad ER. No matter what you want to think or about it or whatever, bad ER. Right? The implication is that Apple's not giving them the money they want. I think. Is that what SQ was, or is that PayPal? Can't remember what SQ's problem was. But I think it was. I think SQ was the same. I could be wrong on this. I'm trying to remember. And it was Snap that was having problems with Apple. And okay, so we're looking at SPY right now. Nothing big going on in SPY, or that we can see yet. I can't remember exactly what SQ's issue was. I think it might have just been taking profit, but you guys remember what SQ? I can't remember what SQ's issue was, but the key is it a bad ER, right? Or they had bad news. I remember that it was like bad news. So you end up getting SQ trading down from the original trade in SQ, which was back in 2020, right? In March, we had the SQ trade start, and these banks want to take profit out of it. But let's say you have this ER, people want to do an ER run up on SQ. So you're going to see a ton of calls coming in on SQ. You know that it's going to trade down because they had some previous bad news into ER. You want to see a solution before you go long it. But then you want to look at where all the concentration of calls are in SQ. Are they just prior to ER? Are they the week after ER? Are they 2 weeks after ER? Because typically what you'll see is like a great ER, you'll see the stock continue to go down just enough that it doesn't print puts, it doesn't print calls. Everyone that's loaded up on calls, everyone that's loaded up on puts. And you have the interest fall off. Even if it's good ER, you have interest fall off. And then it rips higher. So how to combat that is before the ER run, you just buy some call spreads. You don't have to deal with the interest. You don't have to deal with worrying about if you're going to gain the premium from the interest and call buying into SQ in case they keep dumping it or it just trades sideways. But you're able to capture both. You can capture SQ if it goes up prior to ER, and you can also capture, and you can get out of your trade at that point, or you can wait until ER date if it's trading down, pick up the call spreads right then and there for like a month after or 2 weeks after, and capture that trade. See what else I got? Quinn, my brother. Thanks for the heads up. Quinn saying SQ 11 on November 16th, it looks like, or 11/16/01. Not quite getting that. 05 Susquehanna adjusts blocks price target to 275 from 300. Got it. Yeah, please smash that like button. Bio got murked all of last year. How can it cool down even more? Oh, I'm not talking about biotech. Easy on the biotech trade. I'm not talking about biotech getting crushed for the rest of the year or anything like that. If you guys wanted me to go back to XBI and show you that it's trading sideways right now, it's got more sellers than buyers, I can. It's easy. I'm not trying to beat up on your trade at all. Yeah, Jack Dorsey changed the name to Block. Yeah, they get some really weird stuff going on with their accounting is funny too. Like how they account for their gains is slightly absurd. I've never liked their accounting practices. Okay, hold on. Henry, what was your post? Henry, I'm looking for you, brother. My dog came in, Henry. Hey, Cap, have you used the book map that is integrated on Thinkorswim platform? No. So I have Thinkorswim. The book map on Thinkorswim is not the same as the actual book map platform. You've got much less information on Thinkorswim. And I think you have less tickers too. Quinn, some of the bears are hoping to see Mara. If you have people dropping the same ticker more than once, just skip this one though. I'll put Mara up real quick for you, Quinn. Always, my brother. So yeah, the bookmap on Thinkorswim is not the same book. It's like Bookmap Lite. Maybe you can pay for extra things on Bookmap for Thinkorswim. I know they have a free version. If you're using it to trade SPY, I guess you could run it against what I've got up here. I don't know if you can get the hero indicator for Thinkorswim. I'm assuming you can get it as an add-on. We got bears on Mara. Ooh, I wouldn't be too bearish on Mara. Not yet. So let's see where you've got support and resistance on Mara. Looks like the trade on Mara right now is centered around big buy the dips at 30.08. You've got intraday support at 31.03. Your price target is 34.90. Is that the question that you had, Henry? I'm looking, Henry. You know, and if you're trading just the SPY, I would assume that let me see over here. You guys think I'm beating up on XBI? I don't hate XBI. I love the biotech trade. I think we traded biotech like a week ago, right? 2 weeks ago? Something like that. I do like on XBI, you've got the three. So this is a good time to look. So let's go back to XBI real quick. If you guys open up XBI in your own charts, right? This is almost where the turn is on XBI. You've got 1 test, 2 tests, and 3 tests, right? You've got some seriously trapped sellers, and you still have heavy selling right now on XBI. And you could be setting up, to an extent, a very bullish pattern here on XBI. So I charted out XBI on Twitter, and I said that buy the effing dip. You ready for my price? I posted this on Twitter. My buy the dip on Twitter was 97.43. And we're down to 110 right now, 24. You might get another rip here, but you'll get manipulation. You'll get manipulation down here at these levels. You'll trade within a zone, and then you'll have this one swoop down, and then you'll swoop back up from that capitulation move. And then what it does is it shakes out call buyers, panic sellers of the underlying security or shares. And I do think we see 97.44 on XBI. I think for a brief moment, for like 20 minutes on one part of a day, you're going to see between 97.44 and 87.73. And I want to buy that. I want to buy that all day long. Let's see. Some of us bears. Yeah, I wouldn't be too bearish on Mara right now. Tickets. Is there a buy program on SPY? Let's go back to SPY real quick. Omar's got a big question. Big supporter of the channel. We'll do Omar wants SPY back up. We'll do that. Do January monthly calls work for these tickers? Try to get, if you're going to buy tickers that are having an ER coming up, you think about two things, right? If you're trying to catch the premium, you want to be buying expirations that are a week to 2 weeks out, wherever the interest is growing in that ticker, so that people want to buy them from you, right? Nope, still have more sellers. You have more calls than puts right now on SPY. So the calls is what's doing it right now. You see we're on the second right now in SPY. This is working out so much better than before. Hang tight here. Got 2,000 calls, settings, configure add-ons, intervals 50. Let's try 50 on the intervals, and then go lower. See what that looks like. Yep, price target's still 480. And as we get closer to, we're going to check the right around 1:30 this afternoon, another hour. We're going to check to see where everyone's positioned in the SPY, and then we'll take a trade for FOMC meeting minutes, or at least I will. Beware of SQ. Yeah, SQ is February 3rd or 2nd. Can you look at AMBA? Yeah, I can look at AMBA. Yeah, that trade for SPY is definitely going to be right around 1:30 this afternoon. I think. I could be wrong. I could miss it. AMBA. Is that what someone said? AMBA? AMBA. Is the microphone working so far? Is this a better microphone? Should I turn the gain down? Ooh, AMBA. Who called that one out? Guacata. Nice shout out, Guacata. I like it. You still have slightly more sellers, it looks like, than buyers, but I do like this support level. Let's look at this one. AMBA. How long is AMBA? Ooh, I don't know. That trade's been going on, bro, since October 30th, 2020. It went from $58 to $227. I'd say that they're taking profit. If you really want to know, I'd be bearish on this stock. I'd be bearish here, even if there is support here. I guess you could do the sell rip by the sell rips and buy the dips. There you go. Right there's 140. See where some real buyers are. 140. Be careful of AMBA, bro. You gotta remember, you guys. How many of you guys out there? I want to ask a serious question to you guys. I'll look at the Qs real quick. I know you guys wanted to see the Qs. Then I'll look at Tesla, and then I'll see what else you guys are asking. I want to ask you guys a serious question, okay? Do some of you people really think that you're making the stock go up? Like, do you guys really think that you're the ones buying the stock, and so the price of the stock is going up? There's retail influences somewhat. Well, not all stocks, but there are stocks that are influenced by retail, right? They get coverage. Like, let's say you're getting coverage on social media, you're getting coverage in the news. You got some great PR and hype out there for a company. What happens is you get like an old man like me. I talked to my broker, and I said, or not my broker, but my fund manager, and I'm like, hey, can you know, everybody's talking about SQ right now. Let's start a trade on SQ, right? Whatever one you like, you pick it. You got buyers down below at 390.36. Next target below is 380.20. It's a pretty big fall. You'll probably see that on the 10th, 380. Remember that number, okay? But you're at a localized bottom right now on the Qs. So I want to ask you guys that question because, you know, it's not that we don't influence the hype in a stock, but you have to remember that the stock is moved by banks and hedge funds, okay? So these banks, there is some support that grows over the years, right? Let's say we get a stock that starts at $10, and let's say, you know, it's gone up for 2 straight years from $10 to $100 or $500. 500 is a more realistic expectation. Like 400% gain on a stock is a more realistic expectation for most stocks, but you can go higher and lower. The point is this: if a bank takes up a stock from $10 to $100, let's say it takes 2 years, you should only expect after 2 years, let's say 30, 40, 50, right? But you are going to expect. I don't know what it's an arbitrary number, but the key is this: that when you see a bank that's moving a stock and they move that stock 400%, 500%, and you start to see it trade down heavily, you have to remember that these banks want to take profit in these companies, and that they will make up bullshit excuses, bullshit reasons. They'll make up anything under the sun to tell you why it's selling down, and they'll take their profit. No matter what you want to do, no matter what you think is going to happen, no matter how good the news is, they want to take profit off of these trades. And so when I'm looking over here at AMBA, the AMBA trade started on October of 2020. It went from $62 to $227. That's almost 400%. Like, are you expecting a bank to say, no, I'm not taking profit? Do you think this is retail traders doing this too? Because it's not. Well, some of them are. So you have to remember where they start that trade, right? Remember, they took the trade at $60. They took it all the way up to $220. They're going to take profit, and then think about what's fair value if it was at $60. What's fair value a year and a half later? And it probably, what is it probably at? Fair value after a year later, $80, $100, max $100, probably $80. And this cycle goes on every single year. Goes on. I've seen it for years. I've been trading for so long that every year you hear the same thing from people, and it has nothing to do with if the company's good or bad or whatever. Unless they're committing fraud, or unless they're going to become absorbed by another company, if they're going to be bought by another company, if they're going to go bankrupt, some kind of like the 10 deadly sins of the stock market. Unless they're going to get a corporate takeover, they're going to merge, something like that. You're not going to see them trade that low, or excuse me, you're not going to see them recover. You're going to see the profit be taken in that company. You'll see that company trade down to where it was originally. You can actually usually chart these things out and figure out what would be natural growth on that company. Yeah, and you can see it. Right now it's like $108 on AMBA. So the point that I'm trying to say to you is that if you're jumping in AMBA when it's $220, you timed it wrong. What you want to be finding, when you guys just called off a bunch of stocks to me earlier this morning, what you guys want to be looking for are stocks that are hitting certain metrics, right? They recently IPO'd. They're making 30% year over year. The last 9, last 8, last 6 ERs are very positive forward guidance, kick-ass ER statements, and they're growing, right? They're just growing and booming, and you want to see that the banks and hedge funds are just starting to move them now, right? So you want to see the banks pushing them. They haven't grown 400% yet. They're only up maybe like 60%, 40%, 30%, and you can base that on real true PE ratios. You can base that on real true growth estimates. Instead of trying to catch knives, catch bags. I mean, imagine having to wait for AMBA. AMBA could take how long to trade down? 6 months, another 6 months, another year? When you're sitting around waiting on AMBA, you could have been making money on a company that's moving right now, okay? Like one of these companies, like where AMBA was? You know where AMBA was back in December of 2020? Or maybe where AMBA was back in August of 2021? That's where you want to be picking AMBA up, not when it's on the top of a cycle. And that goes for, I guarantee that goes for 40% of this list that I have. That's not to like knock on anybody or to shit on your stock or anything like that. But we're in a new year. You want to be looking for what companies have these kick-ass projections, have not been topped out yet at 300, 400%, and you want to make a basket of those stocks for 2022, and you want to start tracking them immediately so that you can be the first guy in. So let's say you were a first guy in on AMBA. Let's say you bought AMBA at $60, right? Let's say you bought it at 60, 30, 40, 50, $60. I mean, when I bought GME, I bought it at $25. I think I even bought it once at 15 for like a week or two, but then I went balls deep into it at $25. When we were up cranking on GME, do you think I cared? I could care less, right? I was down there at low dollar cost average, and when I took my profit off that, I felt good. It felt great, and it feels good when you're buying those stocks that are being moved in the early stages. Otis. Otis, what do you got? Joe, what are you going to do for you? CLF X just trucking today. Let's look those up, AV, for me. I like hearing that. Trucking along. Trucking down New Orleans. Trucking to Minnesota. I've got to do what was he doing? It's not a presentation. I got to do a trade show. My voice sucks. Someone out there, one of you guys out there, I'm not going to name names, but one of the subscribers here is at a trade show in Minnesota. I told him to cut his hair like the Minnesota hockey players, like hockey hair, so all the chicks would dig him. I hope you're taking CLF a short, right? Taking a short in CLF. Is that the plan? Oh no, that's not the plan. More buyers than sellers on CLF. Ooh. It's a nice one. Keep your eyes on this one, boys and girls. CLF is breaking through resistance above, just bashing, just ripped through some sellers at 24.58. It's got minor resistance at 24.93. And then you've got your next wall at 25.91. You do have almost double the buyers than sellers, and you have a positive hero indicator. I should be a singer. What's happening with SPY and QQQ? SPY plummeting. Didn't I just talk to you guys about this? Didn't I just tell you guys that the trade on SPY is not until 1:30? You guys are funny as hell. I love all of you guys out there. You guys make me laugh my ass off every single morning or afternoon. My puts are printing now. You guys are hilarious. I'm doing that on VFF. Dude, I swore I did Oracle. I didn't do Oracle yet, Hutch? Come on, brah. All right, so we're pumping Oracle again. God damn. I'm going to get in trouble with the SEC for pumping, like, stocks that don't move. Just joking. All right, Oracle. UVXY. You guys want me to chart out UVXY? You guys are killing me. Let's look at SPY and see how terrible it is. What do you mean your puts are printing? You guys are killing me out there. Oracle bashing into support. Okay, here's Oracle. You guys want to see? Hard support, $87. Hard support. Just crashed into it. Nice little dipper. Price target, 89. Maybe even 89 to 91. We're still trading this, right? 84 is the real BTFD, like the buy the F and dip, is 85.14. If you see increased weakness into FOMC at 130, I'd take that trade at 85.17. Take it to $90 or close to it. You guys copying this right here? Got a little bit of weakness right now. You got some support being whittled away at. You still have more buyers in Oracle right here, but definitely I'd look at like 1:30 p.m. or 2 p.m. for some weakness down to 85, and then take it up to 89 once again on Oracle. Good call out there, Hutch. I think they're all dipping. I'm doing that in VFF. Yeah, I'm not trying to be pissed off at you guys or anything. Yeah, my first trade on Blood Stunt was at $15, I think. Not quite 12. Yeah, I sold out my first trade there. I think it was at 40 or $50, and then I bought back in on a dip to 25. Q put spot yesterday. 121, 380p. Civilization is about to collapse. I love you, Josh. I love you, my brother. Josh, keep it coming. I love that shit, brother. Thanks for coming back in the stream too, Josh. I know you left the other day. Don't leave the stream, bro. I like having you here. I'm a bear, dude. I start out as a bear, so I understand what you're saying about the market crash. I get there. I get on the rabbit hole all the time, get freaked out. I understand, man. Only question is, I back tested, and I'm like, the only way that you can't figure out how to trade 2022 is if we crash to the same crash that we had in 1929. And another thing was Game of Trades did a video yesterday. I think that was the same thesis that I have. And what you'd really need to do is you'd have to have a drawdown of the market more than 50% for you to not be able to trade with into profit in 2022. I'm trying to figure out what you guys are asking. You guys want to see the Qs once more? You guys have some puts out there? Yeah, and don't fear. Trust me, guys. Soon enough, I guarantee you, within the next 5 days, you're gonna see me with the bear suit on, and we're gonna trade this market down together too. So watch. You'll see all the bulls leave the channel, and then you'll see all the bears show up for a week. Derek Kotnoy will grace us with his presence. I'll have to apologize again live on air. So let's look at some targets on the Qs real quick. Let me get this to load up. Which video was that? Oh yeah, the one about hockey hair. So, dude, in the early 2020s, like if you're from Minnesota, they do this thing where all the hockey players make a video to raise money for youth hockey and shit like that. These guys grow out some crazy haircuts. They're not as crazy as they were. Now they're not as crazy as they were in the early 2000s. If you look at the first few years they did it, these guys are growing out all kinds of crazy nonsense, like shaving the front of their heads. No, I forget. They would shave like the front of their heads and just leave the Alabama mud flaps in the back. And they had all these crazy names for their haircuts. Nice. My boy Josh. Nuclear war is imminent. Global economic collapse. Protesters everywhere. Mass uprisings by civilians against government. There's not a single positive outlook for the world. I love it. I love it. Yeah, and that's the key. That's what you guys should all know that, right? Yeah, you're gonna get the bear skin to wear. That is the key, right? The key is you can hold those viewpoints. It's not that you can't hold a viewpoint like we're all up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. That's okay to hold that viewpoint. I got nothing against that viewpoint at all. Okay, you guys are looking at, if you guys are looking right now or watching the Qs, right? You've got lots of sellers in the Qs. You've got a little bit of positive. It's basically neutral on the hero indicator. It's not really showing a whole ton. But if you are a bear, try to be taking some profit at 390.22 or so. It might have already hit there. And then you want to pick it back up again at, if you're still bearish at this level, you want to pick up more puts again at 389.51. You want to see a break below 389.51, grab another set of puts, and your next price target down from there would be 385. But it does look like some pretty firm support at this point. I wouldn't. This looks normal. We trade down into the FOMC meeting minutes, then we trade sideways. We wait for what comes out publicly. If it's everything that we know, then we're good to go. If it's not everything that we know, then you're going to see a sell down, right? The one difference that I would say to you is this. The last 3 FOMC minutes, there were a ton of 0-day puts. So we'll look at SPY real quick and see if they have any. And so this is concerning right here, okay? I do want to say this is concerning. This is a moment of pause if you are a bull. So we have January 5th, 478 calls, okay? There's a concentration of them on the SPY. They're 19 cents right now currently. Most of the traders are in the call side. Now, the last 3 times we traded this, nobody was holding calls. Everybody was holding puts. Everybody said I was crazy for taking the call side. I was the only person out there taking the call side. We printed 3,000 and 5,000% and then another 1,000%. Now, if everybody's not expecting bad news at this FOMC meeting minutes and everybody's lopsided on the call side heading into FOMC, maybe we take the put side trade around 1 o'clock. We got 10 more minutes. We're going to see how much bear or bulls load up on this trade. We're at 111,000 contracts interest on 478C. And they're down to 18 cents for January 5th. So I might take the contrarian trade on this FOMC meeting minutes and take the put side. The 473s are 15 cents. Let me look at the SPY real quick. Yeah, that 473 trade on the SPY. 473p. Dirt cheap puts. Dirt cheap. Contrarian trade. Last 3 times I've traded FOMC meeting minutes, I traded the call side because everybody and their sister knew that we were going down. And right now, everybody and their sister knows we're going up. Be easy on my boy Josh. Him and I are friends. Josh is cool as hell. Josh is the man. Like he lends really good. He's awesome, and I love his posts are rad. Everyone knows that nothing crazy is coming out of the minutes. Everybody knows. Why do I want to go the opposite direction? What's the logic here? Buying wave at 230. Yeah, Hutch kind of has it. Kind of. Yeah, it's Max Payne. Yes, this is FOMC for December. Yeah, you guys should listen to what I say, in all honesty. That's true. So I just took the trade. I took the opposite. So you got to remember, last 3 FOMCs, right? I took the opposite trade. Everybody, and I mean everybody. I still have the tweets. I made the trades before the FOMC, minutes and meetings, and I made a lot of money because nobody was on the call side, and I mean nobody. And everybody right now is on the call side of the minutes. Normally the FOMC minutes are a nothing burger. They're nothing. They mean nothing. We go straight up every month. Everyone is positioned to the upside because there won't be any change in the verbiage. Omar, you couldn't have said it any better. I don't think that's true, Cap. I really hope you're wrong. Ooh, I've heard that many times. How many times have I heard that? I hope you're right. I hope you're wrong, Cap. It's always funny how this stuff works out. It has more to do with everybody being long. It has more to do with, when everybody knows something's going to happen. When everybody knows something's going to happen. Every time you guys see you guys always see well, it was sell the news. That's my favorite. It was sell the news, or it was unknown, so it's going up. My other favorite is it should be going up right now. Why is it going up? Or why is it going down right now? And it usually has some more to do with the mechanics of the options market. Deeper insight into the meeting where they pivoted more outwardly hawkish. That's another great one, AV, for me. Did I go heavy? No, I'm waiting here. I got 8 more minutes, then I'm gonna get in some trading here. 8 more minutes. You have some buying coming in on So we're going to watch. I want you guys to watch this together with me, okay? So what we're going to do is I want you guys to open up the chart, the SPY chart. Open up right now and find out which side the traders really are on. We want to see where the banks, which side the banks are on. So we're going to watch the book map, right? And we're going to see, we're bouncing right now in the SPY. And we're going to see what the real trade is coming up. We want to see where the real trade is right now coming into FOMC minutes. Is there a trade on FOMC minutes? And I might go the call side. We'll wait and see. So we do have buyers stepping in on SPY right now, just a heads up. We've got more buyers than sellers. We've got the call. Calls are going through the charts. I'm going to make a live trade here with you guys right now. It's neck and neck right now with buyers and sellers on SPY. You do have some heavy call option flow coming in right now. The calls we're down to 18 cents for a moment on those 18-cent 478 calls were 18 cents a few moments ago. They're now up to 21 cents. They were 20 cents a minute ago. I guess what you really could do is you could take both trades, but you'd have to trade more than 100%. You could trade the January 5th 478 C's, put a buy-in for like 18 cents, and then buy the 473 P's at 14 cents. Fill them both. What's that? 14 plus 18 is 42 cents. So you'd have to make roughly 20 cents on whichever side you trade. Less than that. You'd have to make like 30, or no. You have to make like 15 cents. Cut the other ones loose and ride the other ones into the close. Zach Burton, right on, my brother. Zach, I appreciate the tip. Really appreciate the support of the channel. Support of the sub. This is a free sub if you're a poor trader. I don't want any of your money. Just like and subscribe. If you guys are making money or not losing money by following me on this sub, yeah, if you guys are learning how to trade better, if you guys are not losing as much money as you were before, or if you're making money, we are trading below the VWAP right now. We do have more buyers stepping in, but it looks like it's even Steven right now. It looks like VWAP is at 476.7116. I know I've paid for subs. I've paid $600 to $1,000 for subs, and I've ran into 3 or 4 really horrible things. First thing I ran into was traders that were cryptic. They didn't really tell you what they were doing. You couldn't understand what they were saying. If you ask too many questions, you get yelled at. Oftentimes, they won't tell you what their trade is, right? They'll tell you everything up into what they're actually trading, so you don't know if you should take the trade or not. So you don't know how to actually learn how to execute, how to enter and exit trades, when to exit and enter trades, when to roll, when to add, when to dump. And then another things I learned was that they weren't targeting certain stocks or certain trends for a day. So I was kind of like lost, right? Always lost in the woods. Then other times I just never got any actionable information that was legit, right? It was like they're pumping, right? You're pumping in a boiler room or in a trading room. Yeah. So and then I'm paying a ton of money. I'm paying $800, $600, $1,000 a month. That's some serious money. I want like actionable trades if I'm paying that much money in a sub. I'm not gonna lie, and that's the truth, right? We all know this. If you're gonna pay $800 in a month. All right, so let's see what's going on. We have some SPY sellers on Dark Pool right now. We have some Palantir puts coming in. We've got some American Airlines, Delta Airlines puts coming in. QCOM just got a bid, just heads up, whoever's trading QCOM out there. January 7th, 195C for $73,000. And I'm looking for, we got more buyers than sellers right now. Hutch is saying some say RK leading indicator. Yeah, 32 cents. Yeah, but if you let's say you cut the put side or the call side loose, you'd still save another few pennies, Quinn. It's like 32 cents. Where we roam. I might have. I hope I gave you a shout out earlier. Oh, I see what you're saying. Where we roam. I might not have seen that tip. Thank you very much for your support. Need SPY to come up for my call hold yesterday. Cap, can you check UPST? I can. Yes, I can. I just can't check it at this exact moment. We're going to try to enter a trade right now. We're going to see where the trade is on the SPY. You know what? I'll put it up in the background. UPST. Do you need UPST right now? Can you wait? Is it if it's time sensitive? Let me know, Hutch, and I'll put it up. I want you guys to see what's developing right here. Just a heads up to all of you out there, okay? You see this resistance up here, 476.51. This is new on the SPY, okay? Be real conscious of this right here. Do you see that resistance forming on the SPY right now? Be conscious of this right now, okay, guys? I want you to see this right here. You see this push down right here? Be real careful right here, okay? Real careful. And we have almost even. We have way more calls coming in right now. We've got bulls just. Yeah, I'm not trusting this. I'm not trusting the call side on this right now. At all. I'm going to take the put side on this. There are buyers stepping in below at 47.570, but I don't like this up here. I don't like these sellers coming in above. This is not normal, just as a heads up. Okay? Be real careful here, bulls. Those 473 call or puts are now up to 18 cents. Ah, dirty bear. Now I'm a dirty bear. What were you saying, Hutch? No, I can wait? Okay. If you can't wait, I'll put it up right now. Yeah, if you get both, then you don't have to sweat anything, right? If you pick up some cheap puts, 473Ps, and then grab some 478s or 478s, you can swing both. Yep, SPY might just get pinned. I agree. I think that SPY is pinned. I think that the XLE, XLF or XLI going up and XLF going up is not positive. That's lending itself towards the tapering and rate discussion. So I'm going to look to enter here in just a few moments. Call side just keeps going up and up. Give me that last little capitulation down there. I'll tell you guys exactly when I buy and what I'm buying. Just a second here. Let me bring up Did you guys see? You guys got tax cuts for middle class New Yorkers. White House says over past 10 years, large tech platforms are getting an unfair leg up on smaller competitors. White House says strong antitrust laws are good for tech industry. Yeah, I'm afraid that's going to become news again, right? That's going to be you. That's going to be the vehicle to knock big tech down. Okay, so I'm probably going to go on the call side here. The put side's gaining some weight. $0.15, $0.16. Give me that 474. Give me that 474. No, 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 no. What is going on here? 15 cents on calls. Let me put an ask in for here. So I put a buy order in for 15 cents on January 5th SPY calls. It dipped down there for just a second, so I want to see if it swings back down, if we get that little bit of capitulation. And if we get some weakness down at 15 cents, and if it kicks down to like 10 cents, I'll roll into even cheapers, like cheaper options. Let's say it rolls down to 15 cents, I'll roll down. I'll add more at 10 cents and 8 cents and that kind of thing. So I'm on the call side on 478C because of the weakness that's showing into the 1 o'clock hour. And FOMC minutes is at 2 o'clock, right? I got that right? Make sure I got my times right here. Is that 2 p.m.? Economic calendar. Might even be able to get them cheaper. FOMC's, I might have misspoke. I meant 1:30, not 1 p.m. So I might take, I'm gonna cancel that order. So I'm canceling this order. Give it a little bit. We'll wait until 1:30 to put the calls on. Okay, we're gonna ride this up. Maybe I'll get my 474. Might just start buying right now. And then add to the position. All right, so I'm in. I wanted 15 cents. I got 17 cents. I'll add to them. I'll add to them if we get down to if we can get down to like 15 cents, 10 cents, I'll just start adding blocks. So let me know if you're out there. You guys scared? Are you guys scared selling and buying dips? 478. No, 477, my bad. Yeah, Ben, that's the key on SPY, man. The implied range today was what? It was hella low. The implied range today. I'm gonna add another rack here soon. All right. No. So your gamma flip is not on. So your gamma flip. I'm scared that the dip will keep dipping. Hilarious. So you don't have gamma flip. You don't have gamma turn at 4750. You have volatility at 4750. And I think I read that this morning on SG, and that's a they are wrong. Sometimes their morning notes, sometimes their notes are not accurate. Your gamma flip on SPY right now is where? Where is the gamma flip on SPY? Yeah, the gamma flip's below 470. You're bullish from 470 and above. So that's where your gamma flip is. 470 is the gamma flip. And that's where you encounter volatility between 4750 and 4700. If you break through 4700, then you encounter you start to get into negative gamma territory. You start to get actually bearish. And then you get full bear if you break below 465. 465 is when you put the bear suit on. That's what took us down to 448 a little while ago, a month ago or so. That's where you start putting price targets of 425, 400. 473 Ps are up to 28 cents. So those are double in value, almost double. I think they're at 15 cents earlier. Give me that dip. Give me that dip to 130. Keep on dipping. So we're tagging right now the buy that we took into close yesterday. Starting to load up on some calls. Puts printing 473s are at 28 cents. They started at 15 cents. They're now at 29 cents. Let me see if I can check. You see that news this morning that they're talking about giving businesses more money? RK's down below $89. Outstanding. I think my price target was 65 or 75 on RK. I want to buy that RK down there. Oh yeah, baby. Give me that RK sweet love down there. Let's bring up RK. I want to see RK at, like, I think it's like 65 or 70 bucks. So we'll let RK we'll check to see if this is bottom or not. I think it's 65 bucks is where bottom is on RK. Could be wrong. Okay, let's check RK. Ooh, RK is getting wrecked. Got minor buyers stepping in at 88.33. I think my price target on RK is like, yeah, there's 85 right there. You can see support stepping in on RK at 85 bucks. It's another $3 down. I think real support's even lower. Real support is, this might be a buy in RK. Looks like everybody wants to buy it at 85 bucks. Maybe it'll capitulate into close. Be a nice run though. You get a nice run up to $97. Be a nice run for RK. 85.09 is what you're looking for on RK. If you're a bear, that's what you're looking for. Oh, wait a minute. Am I making money right now? Ooh, yeah, baby. Make me some money. Sweet. All right. Having some puts come in on the Qs, NVIDIA puts, Apple puts. Not a lot. Lots of SPY calls coming in. Got SPY January 5th, 476. I've got some puts coming in on Wells Fargo, WFC, on X. Puts coming in 121.26 Ps. AMC calls coming in again. What's with the AMC calls? I'm starting to print right now a little bit. Let's look at AMC real quick. Or I'm going to look at AMC in the candlesticks. Did AMC actually catch that bounce? Hell yeah, they did. Did you guys watch that AMC bounce? F yeah. Hey, Joey, take it easy, my brother. Did you guys see AMC? AMC dipped. Someone bought the dip on AMC. Fuck yeah. Yeah, if you guys want me to talk about SC sometime, SC was the trade in 2020. I don't know that it's the trade anymore. Dude, before everybody knew about... Dude, AMC is cranking. Cranking. A ripper bounce off 22.94. Dude, AMC with a bounce, heavy bounce. I never trade AMC, but you know, 3 months pass, big bounce. Call premium. Safe travels there, Joey. You've got people loading up now on 478 calls on January 5th. It was at like 100,000. Now it's at 128,000. Yeah, now 128,000 calls at 478 C. There was some call flow coming in on 477s as well. Those are 34 cents. And it looks like they might, I mean, you've got a lot of put coverage on 476, 477. So it looks like they're going to, at some point, you got some spreads out there they're going to need to at the end of the day, right? VWAP's up here, 476.36. You've got more buyers than sellers on SPY right now. So usually it's a half an hour before FOMC meeting, half an hour before FOMC minutes, where you tend to see like a flat. It'll be flat for like a half an hour, and it'll like hit its target, its low target. Then it rides flat for like a half an hour. Nothing happens, and you might see the algos step in on either side of the trade. And if not, I usually take the opposite side. So we'll see what happens. But the fact that we've sold off already to this point leads me to believe that we're going up. I thought we were going to stay flat at like 477. If we had stayed flat at 477, I would have taken the short side of that trade. But I don't like that we traded down to 45.31. Unless we get some real shitty news, probably trading up. Some call premium kicking in on 478s as well. It's now up to 17 cents. It was down to 10 cents, I think, for a brief moment. Yeah, and you got a bounce going on right now on the SPY. Cap is smart for not touching AMC. Hey, if you guys need to be remembering how to roll. Not roll, but add to your positions when a turn is happening. If you guys let's say you buy FDs at 10 cents, let's say you buy them at 50 cents, and it's going to trade down to 10 cents. Let's say you bought 100 shares, or no, 100 contracts. Let's say about 100 contracts of SPY FDs 478s for 50 cents. If you trade down to 10 cents, you buy another 400 at 10 cents. That makes your position now 12 cents. And if we go from 10, let's say we go from that 10 cents to 15 cents, you're now in the green making money. Yeah, AMC is ripping. Is the mic volumes getting lower? Let me see if I can turn it up a little bit. Thanks for saying something. This is a dynamic mic, so it wants me to speak directly into it. I have to reposition the mic, and the side of my desk has a rolled edge on it, so it doesn't want to check 1 2. Maybe that'll help. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Got a nice little bounce on the SPY. Some money to be made there. Those 478 calls are now heading up. You've got buyers consuming sellers. You do have some more put buying up here. It looks like more commitment from the bear side. Those 473s are now, the 473Ps are now down to 18 cents. They were as high as 28. So you're looking at that, right? You saw that we went to a high on the 478P or 473Ps, went up to 28 cents, right? You know that they were holding value somewhere down around 13 cents, 15 cents. Then they started holding value at 18 cents. I'd expect them now to go down to like 10 cents. It might be worth buying if there's volatility as we head closer to the bell or to FOMC. See if you can get those 473Ps down to like 10 cents, 12 cents. Grab a set of those. Watch the swings in the charts too, or in the options chain. You'll see like a natural, you'll see the intrinsic value that's left over in these options slowly deplete as the day wears on an option on OPEX day. But then you'll see them swing higher as they lose their base price throughout the course of a day. Piton, January 21st, 36C. Someone's got some balls on Piton. Amazon, call sweep, January 7th, 3330 calls, $27. XLU, woof. Ready for this? XLU, January 20th, 65P puts, $3.1 million. Let's look at XLU. Someone's getting hella bearish on XLU right now. Just heads up, if you're a bear out there, January 20th, 65P. $3.1 million. And usually if you see a trade that big, you want to wait to take that trade. It'll probably rip up into close, and then you grab that put trade. Not always, but that's for calls too. If you see a huge call trade come in, you'll usually see a dip, then it'll run. Same works for the put side. If you see like $3, $4, $5 million in puts come in, you want to wait usually, not always, but sometimes you just wait for like 15, 20 minutes, see if you get a quick rip higher. And what that rip higher is it's the dealers hedging the trade that was taken. The dealers will hedge the other side of that trade to cover in case that put side prints. You guys all understand how that works with options? That the dealers have to remain delta neutral? So they take the opposite side of your trade. Can you show us how the Qs look? Yeah, I'll show you guys where it looks. Just when you turn another screen, the volume becomes weaker. Okay, so let me see if I can turn this around. So I've got this dynamic mic, and you have to speak into it. SOXL calls coming through. I don't see them on my screener. IWM calls coming in. 222C, January 5th. For only 66 grand. Oh, here's a good one for bears. SNA. Sierra, November, Alpha. February 18th. 230P. 230 puts. $1 million. SNA. SQ. You guys ready for SQ? We were just talking about SQ. Someone was just telling me that SQ is a bad trade. Well, here's SQ. February 18th. 140 calls. $1 million. SQ. And XLU is rolling over. Just a word of warning to all of you out there. XLU can roll over if we're bullish on the market, but it can also roll over if we're getting weakness in the market. On one of the market internals, right underneath the hood of the engine. Yep, so SQ just bounced off 148, and you saw some calls come in the front door for SQ. Those are right in the, in the money calls for February 18th, 140. It's not a bad trade. I might wait for like the 10th to take a trade like that. So maybe mark that on a piece of paper, February 18th, 140C, and then it's $1 million trade. I might wait for like the 10th, 11th, 12th. We'll get this month's OPEX out of the way. Hopefully we'll trade down right before that OPEX. The Thursday before OPEX, which is the 20th, you could enter that trade. It'd be a beautiful trade. Like 140C. No, not on the 20th. Take it on like the 19th. Because we usually have our face ripper the Thursday before OPEX. You grab that trade, we'll trade down. You grab that trade, you make the money on the Thursday before OPEX. And then you pick up all that premium heading into February. You could take it right now, but in reality, the best part of that trade is probably down the road. I want to take a look at Amazon too. And I'll bring up the Qs right now. Amazon looks like it's turning around as well. Keep your eyes on Amazon. Keep your eyes on the Qs. Oh no. Keep your eyes on the Qs. You can see Amazon is curling up right now. This feed is much better than the previous feeds, right? It's a little bit smoother. Not so much we're not having any screen problems today. I've been reconfiguring the setup here. Yeah, so the dip buy on Qs still looks like 390. Amazon's turning around. I'm going to put an Amazon trade in right now. Hold on. I think I am. Finally get my Amazon on. January 21st. I didn't get any fills yesterday on any of my spreads. $220 for 280. SPY calls are printing. Did you guys get in on those SPY calls or no? Hey Ryan, yeah, if you guys are catching me on the PayPal side of things, I only check those once a week. If you guys are donating on the Captain's Alpha because you don't want to donate through the PayPal link on YouTube, if you're donating on the Twitter posts that I have posted to the top, I check those once a week. I announce those people on the weekends, usually on Sundays. We could drink a beer together. And I appreciate the support. I really need that support. It keeps me motivated to keep making these live streams, trading with you guys live. I'm able to upgrade the equipment, the services, the displays that I post for you guys, show you guys different displays. I'll take a look at I'll bring the MU chart up for you. Yeah, so XLU, thanks Ryan, I appreciate it, brother. You don't know how much I appreciate it. Faraz, XLU is a hiding place. No? Yeah. So XLU is two things. It's used as a hiding place, right? So if we're going to get some downward movement, you'll see XLU climb in fear of a downturn. The crazy thing is, though, XLU never stays up. When we make the move down, XLU goes down. It's like an old school habit. Yeah, I'll do Tesla as well. Down little on Amazon. Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned. Whenever I'm in spreads, I don't. Whenever I do spreads, I don't care about time as much. I'm looking at a much longer time frame Yeah, I'll do Tesla too. So the dip buy on the Qs is 390. We know that, right? We saw the rejection down here. We talked about that earlier, right? You have some rejection down here at 390.41. There's some sellers above at 393.04. Looks like it's range bound. I have a Tesla video that I did for. Might have to sell out of my calls here on SPY. So I did a Tesla video. I just have to post it for you guys. I'll put the Tesla heat map up though, and we'll talk in the video. I talked to you about when to buy, when to expect the next ripper on Tesla. Agos want us pinned at 476 until FOMC. Yeah, and I'll put UPST up right now. UPST. Didn't we already do UPST this morning? I swore we did. Make sure you guys, if you guys go my regular handle, Oracle is dumping. Do I accept Bitcoin tips? No, I do not. Should I accept Bitcoin? I haven't. Should I accept Bitcoin? Because I don't coin. Should I? Yeah. Can you take a look at GM? Yeah, I'll look at GM right now. Yeah, I do. I do 0-date spreads if I can get them at the open and closes. Yeah, I used to trade commodities. So I traded commodities for a few years. Only good thing about PayPal lately is tipping the captain. Right on, Chaz. Apple showing strength in all this chop. I'll look at Apple as well. I used to trade commodities. Matter of fact, I had a tanker full of oil delivered. I took delivery on oil once in my backyard. I had to bury a tanker's worth of oil and hold on to it until coronavirus or COVID started. or COVID let up a little bit, right? Yeah, so SPY's got a beautiful bounce on it, you guys. The bought some IWM Friday calls. You guys wanted me to do some Tesla. Okay, so let's look at Tesla real quick. You had a nice bounce off support at 1130. We know that the real support's down here at 1100, right? We've talked about that. We want to see that test on Tesla at 1100. That's what you want to see. You've got some light resistance above at 1170. But and the price target is above at 1200. It's not showing right now, but that's where the next price target is at 1100. We're going to talk about why you want to see that 1100 bounce. You want to see the banks buying it. You don't want to see this is intraday bullshit. You want to see that bounce down below because you want to be riding on the coattails of banks, right? So on an intraday level, sure, you can ride up Tesla from 1130 to 1170, and hopefully it gets up there and you can take a small profit. But when Tesla moves, right, if you guys are following me, we're waiting sometimes 3, 4, 5 days for that big giant bounce on Tesla, and we ride it for a couple days, 2, 3 days or whatever. Let's see. Do I accept Bitcoin? Yeah, no, I don't accept Bitcoin. Maybe. I guess I could. Do you guys prefer if I accept? Do you guys prefer that I accept Bitcoin? You want me to look at Apple too, right? UPST. I know Hutch has asked a few times. Hutch, this might be a nice buy zone for UPST. Let's take a look. Your buy the dip on UPST is 125.16. and 125.35. You've got clear skies above. You've got about equal buyers and sellers. There's no hero indicator. Looks like you got major support down there. If I was day trading this, I would be looking to buy at 125. And in reality, you could put an order in at 120. You got clear skies above, though. It's got nice support. You do have some resistance right now, currently at 129.95. Hopefully you can catch all that. And you've got some minor support above at 127.50. You've got slightly more sellers than buyers. Yeah, so putting the oil back, I was part of Tanker Gang. If anybody remembers who Tanker Gang was, there were tankers that were parked off the coast of the United States, and they had like this guy there was like this guy from Greece, could barely speak a lick of English. They had him on CNBC. His stock went from like $1 to $60 or something. He was talking about how tankers were the future, and he was like getting pumped up on CNBC. And you guys remember that stuff? Take Bitcoin as captain of Houston adult dancer. I know. I don't know what's up with Bitcoin. Sound like an airline pilot. You sound like an airline pilot. LOL. And you have clear skies above. We'll be cruising at 50,000 feet. Do we short this bounce on Beyond? All right. I'll check right now Beyond for you. I'll look at Shop after that and then SQ. So there's buyers on SQ right now, just as a heads up. You've got some more. You got $129,000 came in on XLF, January 21st. There's still some hardcore belief in XLF, so you're looking for a bounce there. Some light SPY call or puts coming in 476p, dated for today. QQQs 390ps. They might break through. There's no real ceiling above Qs. That's an interesting trade. More XLF calls, January 21st. 41C. That's for $88,000. ARC-G puts January 7th, 58.22. Some Apple calls coming in right now. BABA calls coming in right now. IWM calls coming in right now. That was me. Like, hey, your wife's boyfriend, how you doing? Yeah, that company only had one employee. It was like one old crusty guy. Tanker Gang was a total disaster. Ryan knows all about Tanker Gang. Like, there are guys saying that they were going to take delivery in their backyards. They were like, there are guys trading Tanker Gang, like take tankers of oil, and you of course have to pay the money or take delivery. And it was wild. It was like like millions of dollars in oil. 4-hour chart on SPY not looking good. Yeah, I don't trade charts normally. I use them for some confirmation, but I don't trade them. I trade them somewhat. I trade them with gamma, negative and positive gamma. Like, I'll try to find out where the gamma is. I'll trade charts like that. I use them for my confirmation bias after I use that stuff. But your price target's 480 on the SPY. That's what your price target is. If you don't get enough runway to get there, let's say we trade. I think by the 10th or 11th we'll be down at 465. 465. But it might take like the 8th, 9th, 10th, and it's only the 5th right now. So I'm looking to buy any dip right now until we get up to 480. Who doesn't want to ride 480 down to 465? It's like 150 points down. That'd be a kick-ass trade. Kick-ass trade. If you're a bear, you want to buy puts at 480 and let us ride to hell. All right, so we're going to do Beyond next, BYND. You bears don't want to trade sideways for 3 days down 130 points, do you? You would make $1. I guess you would if you were trading futures. But if you're trading options, you want a straight line to hell, so you can make all those sweet tendies. You got more buyers than sellers. You do have a pretty high negative put buying on the SPY right now as we head into FOMC. We have 15 more minutes left. I do want you to be aware that there is some heavy put buying on the SPY right now. Bears are getting hungry. So on Beyond, is it time to short Beyond? You guys want to know when to take a short on Beyond? Take the short if you break through 59.79. You have to break through it. You have light support at $59 on Beyond, but it's clear skies below if you're a bear on Beyond. See this right here? You do have more sellers than buyers. Your price target above is 67.63. What I would say to you if you're a Beyond bear is just wait for a break below 59.74, and you're going to ride that down to $50. Okay, you're going to ride that straight down to $50. But be careful out there, because even though you have more sellers at this exact moment, their price target's 67.79. You're on a layer of weak support, but I would pick it up just after. If you want to short Beyond, pick it up if it breaks through 59.79. Good question. That was a nice one. Thanks for that. Thanks for that shout out. Can you look at shop? And then I'll look at SQ. So I want you guys to understand, I was telling you guys earlier, when you see a heavy call side, you'll see a dip. If you see a heavy put side, you'll see a rip, because the dealer hedge those bets. Does that make sense to all you guys out there? You guys are going to see the opposite trade take place to hedge that trade. So there was a giant call taken out on SQ, right? You're going to see SQ dip and then rip. If you see a large put come out, like we saw XLU puts come in for like $3 million for January, you should see a rip first on XLU, and then you'll see the dip. So if you see a golden ticket come in, you want to wait a little bit before you enter that trade. And I normally enter those trades with like an extra 2 weeks on them and slightly more in money of wherever that trade is. So here's an example. So you had, what are these XLU puts? You had January 20th, 65p, 10,000 of them come in at $3.10 for $3.1 million, right? So I think we're at $70 on XLU right now. Let's see where we're at in XLU. We're at $71. You can look at XLU and compare XLU and SQ right now, because XLU did just rip. So you'll see XLU rip, and then it'll start to dip. You want to then take that, and if they're picking 65s on XLU for the 20th, I'd take it like one more expiration later, and I'd take slightly more in the money. and usually on a spread too. I'll do it on a spread. So in case their trade doesn't work and they have to roll it into a bigger trade, let's say they put on like 3 million and they have to add another $3 million and put more time on it, you're already sitting there pretty farther down the road and at a slightly more in the money price. It just lends to the chances of that trade, that golden ticket printing. Same thing would go for that Square trade. You've got support, major support on Square or on Shop at 1180. Also down here at 1175. And Shop's not really doing too much today. Looks like, we all know that the banks have taken over Shop. Oh, are those 2023? Did I get the dates wrong on that? Oh, that was, you know what? Scratch all that I said on XLU. Thanks, Justin, for correcting me. I appreciate that. Yeah, 2023, fuck those, or I'm sorry for swearing. Screw those puts. That's a hedge. Where's the dip on Twitter? But that still applies to any trades that are like a month out, 3 months. Beyond an MA target. Yeah, I got the wrong date on that one. But it doesn't matter. If those puts were like a month out, 3 months out, if those were for like 3 weeks out, you'd still trade it that same way. A piece of shit. UVXY. I'll be a buyer of NQ at 1590. 980 with tight stop. Time left. Yeah, I'll do MU. Sorry about that, Desperado. I apologize. What's up? No, you're in the front of the camera. You don't have to stand back there. Yes, just ask. Yes, I would love some coffee. Do you want to take my coffee? Thank you, Lovey. I appreciate the coffee. I love you. My babies. People are talking about an upcoming squeeze on silver. Isn't there always an upcoming squeeze on silver? Did the squeeze already happen on gold, right? Doesn't silver lag gold by a few weeks, 2-3 weeks? Okay, MU. Let's look on. Well, I still like that MU trade. Price target still 100. Resistance at 98, at 98.87. Then sell it is at 99.68. Nothing's really changed here, right? We got the dip buy down below here at 95 bucks. Trade's still up to 100 bucks. You are encountering some troubled waters above at $97, but we got more sellers than buyers on MU right now. It's that trade that you just leave alone. The only real concern on it would be weakness into OPEX for this month. That weakness would come around the 10th, or maybe before, like the 8th or 9th. You still have till Friday, right? Still have until the 7th. Maybe another day or two. I don't know how far out your calls are. Yeah, I can explain that. I just did MU. Levels below 1590, 1591. People are talking about income squeeze in silver. Hey, Cap, what is the difference between the DX feed and other feeds on Bookmap? Yes, so the DX feed is specific to the cash market. There is a basket of other feeds for Globex, which is futures, futes, and you can follow just a couple of them, one of them, or all three of them. You can buy all three, I think. That's what I have is all three, and then you buy DX feeds separate. You buy a separate feed for Bitcoin. And there's a bunch of other feeds. I think there's right now like 20 or 30 different feeds depending on what you're trading out there. For cash market, DX feed is plenty. Can you explain why you're targeting the 10th or 11th for a drop to 470 or 465 in SPY? Sure. 10 minutes until FOMC. Okay, so we got 7 minutes left till FOMC minutes. I'm going to bring up SPY real quick. Getting a second tap on the SPY. This is bullish. Even if we turn lower, seeing that second bounce on SPY. SPY's trading very slow right now. You are looking for this movement if you're bullish on the SPY. That doesn't mean we won't trade lower. You would look for that third bounce or a failure. Usually it's one, like you'll tap low, right? You'll make a higher low on your second tap, and then your third one will tell you if we're going higher or lower. Now, if we fail on the third tap on SPY right here, right, you'll know it. You'd take a bearish position if we failed there. But on our third tap, you would look for a rip slightly higher, a small pullback. You enter that fourth tap, that minor fourth tap, and you take that north. So we'll look for it as it comes up here as we trade forward. Can you explain the targeting of the 10th or 11th? Okay, so you're looking at runway, right? You're looking at when calls and puts are bought, when the banks are buying and selling, when they're putting their spreads on for printing. We have a quarterly OPEX, then we have certain trades that are on for that. Then we have a monthly OPEX. So we have a monthly OPEX this month on the 21st, right? So I'll bring this up for you here on this live stream so you can see it. We have a monthly OPEX on the 21st, right? They're typically wanting these trades to print somewhere by this Friday, right? You'll end up seeing some weakness into this week right here, or it starts in around the 10th, right? And it gets really weak into like the 19th, usually. At the latest, the 19th. And then sometimes you'll see a rip on that Thursday, right? And we trade down into where the spreads are on the 21st. Doesn't happen every month, but it does happen often, okay? And you want to look at the previous month where we traded. You want to be looking back on December, see where we were, see what the trade would be like for the month of January. And what you're really looking for is the top end and the bottom end of that trade. They're probably either selling calls above and they're buying puts below, or they're selling puts below, buying calls above. And that'll establish a trading range for the market. Now, it doesn't always hold if unknown news comes out, an unknown event comes out. But let's say that they printed their put side, then they want to print the call side. Does that make sense? So what they'll do is, let's say they're selling calls, right? High up. Let's say they're selling 500 calls or 480C. Let's say they sold 480C. Let's say they bought 465 Ps. They want the market to go down to print the 465 Ps. They collect that money, right? They've collected the money on the calls that they sold, and then they go long the market at 465. They buy the market at 465. Then we ride up on that Thursday, let's say, and they print again. So they're printing both sides, and they long the market again, or they short, and they do the inverse as well. I have to do a video on that stuff for you guys, so you can see how the banks win both sides of their trades, and they win a third time on their trades. Yes, the coffee. Yeah, my youngest daughter came to me and she wrote a piece of paper. She wrote, "Would you like some coffee?" Pelosi. What about gold? AMC. Talked about AMC already today. I have a video for you guys. I have some videos I'm going to upload at the end of the day today. I didn't have time this morning to upload them. I got Tesla. What's my list? I got a whole list of videos that I made for you guys. I think I did Tesla, AMC. I did the market so you guys can see where support and resistances are. At least you get some coffee. That wasn't my wife. That was my daughter. The Hunts tried to squeeze silver and it didn't work. Agreed. Did I already? Well, yeah, so I traded the SPY on this rip down here. I bought at 17 cents, 15 cents, and 10 cents. I wrote it back up to 18 cents and sold. And I'm going to look for another. There's another bounce that just took place at 130, at 149. I'm going to look for one more dip down here. And if we rip slightly higher, I'll take one more trade higher in a minute. So I've taken one trade already. Uranium squeeze. Did you play already, Captain? Oh yeah. Could you please see what the fuck IWM is doing? Sure. Let's do IWM. I got somebody's like, please IWM, don't die. So there should be weakness in IWM if you got volatility from bears telling you that everything's going to be bad, right? I'll trade IWM with you today too. I'm totally down in trading IWM. Alexa, the silver squeeze will result in silver going to 40 when it happens. The day rate hike is announced. Put your money on silver calls for your. So this is one problem too. You guys shouldn't be following rate hikes. You guys shouldn't be following. So you see your price target up here. Price target's 230. You guys want to look up. I posted on my regular handle last night about dispersion trading. That's taking place in the indexes right now. You want to be targeting individual tickers if you can. Watch that video that I posted. I think it was from Tasty Trade. You guys want to be seeing what's going on with the indexes right now. Okay? There's no rotation right now. There's a trade going on right now where the sum parts of the biggest basket of tickers for the indexes are being traded while puts and calls are being sold above and below on the market. Think of it like a car. They're making more money off the wheels, the windows, and the doors than they are on the actual car. So that's where the focus is. You've got a bounce here at 222.48. Looks like some pretty good support. You've got some resistance right here. This can create a squeeze situation above at 223.60. Do you think are you all doom and gloom on IWM right now? I'm not. I'm not at all. You see this right here? You got all your buyers and sellers fighting each other right now in IWM. I'm not bearish in IWM right now. This happens every time we have news. You guys think it's going to crash right now? Probably. Who's afraid of IWM right now crashing? Everybody? You guys all doom and gloom out there? Let's say you think that IWM is going to crash right now. Rip IWM, huh? You guys are the wrong side of the trade so often. Follow inflows, moon us. You guys are always so negative. How many of you guys are on the wrong side of trades? Seriously. Like rip IWM. So where does IWM go? Explain to me, like looking at this buy side and sell side right now, right? Where does IWM go at this point? Does it go down to 213? Is that what you're thinking? You're thinking that, oh, there we go. Oh, wait a minute. We got a little bit of support down here. 206. So we think that IWM is going to collapse to 206 right now. 207-ish. Yeah. I take this trade right now over the. So if we were up at 230, I would take the trade down to 222 or 222. If we're at 240, I'd take the trade down to 230 or even 223. But would I take the trade right now on IWM where it's at? No. Not as a bear. I'd want to see us break through 220.34. If we break through there, I might pick up a bear trade. So the bear trade today on IWM was at the bell, right? And here we are squeezing on IWM right now. Shocker. Shocker. You guys kill me out there. You guys gotta know, like, the bear trade was on IWM at the open. Where's the bull trade on IWM? Right now where we are. You guys are killing me. How many of you guys are taking the wrong side of trades out there? Like, you guys kill me out here. Kill me. Remember, if you missed the move, take the other side of the trade. Jesus. flip. If you're a bear, and you're long trade. If you're the bull, take the bear trade, right? Sorry, I took the gain down here. Flip. You guys are killing me. So you saw that. You saw that short. So that was just a short. That was just a. All that was a short covering, right? You really have to see us go down. I'm not saying we're not going down to 215 or 205. What I'm saying to you is that this is FOMC meeting minutes. Like, what are you expecting right now? You guys are sickos. You guys are killing me. You guys are killing me. You missed the trade at the open. That was the bear trade. This is not the bear trade. This is, if you want to make it the bear trade, you have to wait until we break through to pick it up. All right. So did anybody get any news here? Policymakers also discuss when they might reducing the Fed's $8 trillion. Yeah, that's non-news. No timeline set to sell off. Dead cat bounce. It's over. Sell, sell, sell. I love you. You're a boomer. This volatility is insane. That was a crazy candle. So we've got the IWM on right now for the bears. See if they can break through. We have more buyers than sellers right now on IWM. Right now, you know what? We're kind of in the middle. I'm not going to call it for either side right now. Call this what? Volatility. Switch back to the SPY real quick. Just going to head back over here to SPY. You got more buyers than sellers currently on the SPY. There is a battle going on. You've got lots of bears stepping in on the option side of things. But you do have more buyers right now currently on the SPY than you do on IWM. You do have a buy coming in IWM January 10th, 225C, $45,000. Got buys coming in on Apple, QQQ. You've got some puts coming in. You got NVIDIA calls coming in. You got puts coming in on UUU. You've got, what else do you have? That's about it. That's all I see so far. You do have some sellers on SPY right now. We're going to look at IWM and see if we break through and crash down at 205. And you are looking for a break below 221.92 if you're going to pick up the short side. I would be cautious here, okay? You guys know it can flip back and forth. I'm probably going to take a trade on IWM myself right now. Give me just a second. I'm going to take the 7th. Hang tight here. And I'm looking at the 7th on 225C. Seventh, 225C, 50 cents. Quinn is saying that may need to increase Fed funds rate sooner or at faster pace than previously anticipated. The FOMC minutes show. Yeah, you got to see. We need news that wasn't included in the first one. We've got increased volume on IWM. It's really flat right now. You've got slightly more puts than calls, but it's not enough to make a difference. Only minus 913. You've got same buyers, same sellers, although the volume has increased in IWM. Let's check out the SPY real quick. You do have some major negative flow coming in on the SPY. You've got minus 352, 356 on options flow, but you do have buyers absorbing sellers right now in the SPY. And the price target for yesterday, when I said I wanted to be a buyer of the SPY, we just tagged it at 474.50, 56. Hope I can get my coffee. Yeah, you do have buyers stepping in force on SPY right now. Just be aware of that. You have buyers stepping in force. You've got 138,000 to 131,000 on the SPY currently. You have a similar situation taking place in IWM. You know, if nothing, well, let's see what you guys are typing here. Members also agreed that with emergence of an Omicron variant, it was appropriate to note the risk of new variants of the virus and their assessment risks to the. Ooh, that's positive. Neil, thanks for all the updates. Members also noted the Fed Reserve's ongoing asset purchase holding securities would continue to foster smooth market functioning. Uh-oh. Some felt reduction in balance sheets starting relatively soon after liftoff may be appropriate. Relatively soon after liftoff. Neil's talking about FOMC volumes nuts. We leaked this. Yeah, they announced nothing today. If anything, the only real changes are what Neil Hayden is saying, because we weren't talking about the Omicron virus in December. So members also agreed that with the emergence of Omicron variant, it was appropriate to note the risk of new variants of the virus and their assessment of risks to the economic outlook. That's not good. That relates back. That's actually negative because Omicron did shut down Europe, and their stock market did suffer from that shutdown. Members also noted the Fed Reserve's ongoing asset purchase and holding of security would continue to foster smooth market functioning. Okay, so this is important. I want you guys to realize, I was trying to talk about this earlier to you guys, and this is very important, okay? And, you know, I'm not really focused myself on the tapering or the rate increases. The thing that you all really want to be paying attention to, we do see some buyers stepping in on the SPY at 469, 470. Looks like smart money is at 470 on the SPY. So we might be going down to 470 at this point. Might see SPY coming down to 470. Do you see these buyers that just stepped in down here? There are some buyers stepping in. Now, get back to that conversation. Don't focus so much on the rates and the tapering. You should, but don't be focusing as much on that. The only thing that's critical that you should know about, well, I guess if they increase the number of the rating, if the rates, let's say we have 2 to 3 planned, if we went to 4 or 5, yeah, you have to be concerned about that. The real concern is the money coming into the system. You think about it like this. If they're still pouring money in, it doesn't matter how they're doing it, right? If they make some bullshit up, if they say, this morning Walter Bloomberg posted an article that said that the Senate is entertaining funneling more money into businesses, and they're going to figure out how they're doing that. More stimulus, basically, into businesses, right? If they're going to manipulate our economy and our stock market and everything else out there with money flow, it doesn't matter if they taper, raise rates. Those things matter, but not as much as the money flow. And let's say they stop buying bonds, right? But let's say they start to extend grants to businesses. That's still money flow coming into our system. And that's the key. If they turn that off, that's when we start to crash, right? So you want to see where they're put, if they're going to continue with the money flow. And let's say you say out there, well, they can't continue with the money flow if they taper, and they can't raise rates until they are done tapering, yada, 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 right? But if they find out some other way to pump money into the system, no matter how they do it, if they choose a different route to pump money into the system, if they keep that tap flowing, even if they have the drain open, letting some of it drain off our economy, then that's good for the stock market. The only thing that's really bad for the stock market is if they stop the money flow into the system and start to taper and increase rates, okay? Because then you're removing money from the system that's not being replaced, right? In no way is it being replaced. When you start to see that talk about, hey, we're going to send some more money to Main Street USA or whatever, any of that kind of noise, that's the real, that'll prop our market up even if we trade lower. If we trade lower even on tapering fears, or if we trade lower on rate fears, there still will be a bottom. The bottom will be pulled, the rug gets pulled only when the money stops flowing. No, see, you guys, it's not just the bond purchasing. It's not just the liquidity that they're adding. It's how they add it to the system. Hey, markets, what did they say about QT, brother? Yeah, what did they talk about QT? Did you see that bullshit this morning, Markets for Mayhem, about the that Walter Bloomberg put out about the Senate's going to talk about putting more money into Main Street USA or something, some kind of nonsense? Exactly. Markets for Mayhem knows exactly what he's talking about. And this is what will tank the markets. The rates, right? So you have like a three-bodied problem, right? You've got there'll be some weakness for when the tapering accelerates. You'll have some weakness when rates start, right? Some fear, but there'll be a bottom from that. The only time you get the market crash, though, is if they turn the money off. Doesn't matter how, they have to turn it off. And I'm not talking about just the bond purchases. If they say, well, we're turning off bond purchases, but we're going to give grants to Main Street USA, that's not turning the money supply off. So maybe Markets for Mayhem can comment on that. I'm probably going to buy some. So we've got some puts rolling in. We've got SPY January 10th, 470p. You've got SPY January 5th, 474. Tesla January 7th, 1080 puts. SQ January 21st, 145 puts. You've got QQQs January 7th, 385 puts. More SQ puts. January 21st, 145p. SPY January 5th, 475p. Tesla 1080p for January 7th. QQQs January 5th, 389p. Now you've got QQQ's calls coming in. 4 racks of NQ calls. 388s expiring January 5th today. So they're playing the bounce right now. You've got that for $600,000 split across four different what is this right here? No, it's a block and a split and a block and a sweep. On QQ, no, a block, a sweep, and a block and a split. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, $600,000 on QQQ 388 calls. Let me go scroll back up. Yeah, Markets for Mayhem. Do you want to join on a live? Do you want to join us live? Let me see if I can put you on a microphone or something. You want to jump on here and do a live stream? I can probably get you on here. Let me see if I can get Markets for Mayhem on here with his voice, if he's willing to do it. Markets for Mayhem, if you're here, right, we'll put you on live if you want. Yeah, 1080p, like that one? Yeah, we got more buyers on SPY. We've got more puts coming in on SPY right now, but you do have buyers being absorbed. And you want to come on, Markets? Give me a couple seconds, okay, brother? You guys, I'm going to mute this mic real quick. I'm going to get Markets for Mayhem on live on the stream. Hang tight here. We're going to try to get Markets for Mayhem on. And we're going to see if we can hook him up. Next time I'll do a Zoom call with Markets for Mayhem over internet. Let me turn my phone on here for a second. Yeah, you gonna bring you up on Discord, Markets for Mayhem? Let me see if I can open up Discord for you right now. Give me just a second. Let me see if I can bring you up on Discord. Hang tight here. Video capture, audio input capture. Give me just a second here. Nope, not desktop. Nope, audio. Mic audio, desktop audio. I think this is it right here. I'm not sure if this is it, but we're going to check, okay? I don't think it's desktop audio. You know, I'm going to have to check and see. Let's see if I can bring up an audio capture of the computer here. Audio input capture. Add source. Give me just a second. Properties. Give me just a second here. Desktop audio, mic auxiliary. I think this is it, but I'm not sure. Let me see. Give me just a second here. Monitor off. Let me see if this is working here. Are you guys getting any weird feedback? You getting an echo? Thought so. Let me see if I can get him on here. Just give me a second. Got a bunch of put spreads. Surprised that it didn't touch on... You know, Markets for Mayhem, I don't know if I can get... I might be able to get you on... I might be able to get you on Discord. Let me check. Let me see if I can get something here. Sound test. Hang tight. Let me see if I'm getting some mic sound. Are you guys getting any sound? Are you guys getting a tone right now on your end? By chance? Let me know if you're getting a tone right now, if you guys can hear a tone on the out there in YouTube land. Maybe I have to turn on the volume up here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did you guys hear like a tone in the background? Alex is saying, okay, there he goes. Hold on a second. Oopsie. So, Markets for Mayhem, I can't. Let me see if I can call him right now. See if he answers. Hey, but you know what? I don't have desktop audio set up currently to play a Discord, but I will set that. I will add that source for the future. I wasn't anticipating having a call, but I could put you on speaker. Do you want to talk to everybody out here?
Yeah. Let me just give him a quick primer.
Right on. Hold on one second. So you guys want to let me know if, out there in YouTube land, if you can let me know if you can hear this conversation, okay? Do you want to do a mic check real quick?
Mic check. Can you all hear me out there?
Can you guys hear Markets for Mayhem talking?
You guys hear me? Too low for y'all?
Hang tight, it'll be just a moment.
Man.
So they did talk about QT, huh?
Yeah, balance sheet reduction is the name of the game, as well as accelerating their hike cycle apparently. And the problem with this,
hold on.
You know,
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
We do hear flow algo sound. Okay, so you should. They hear a plank. We're almost there, Alex.
Okay.
Let me change the mic setup so that we can get you directly into the mic. Good to hear you, man. Good to see you. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm doing good. How are you?
Excellent. I'm gonna put the dynamic mic right on you.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you coming in. Next time I'll try to get you on straight Discord. They hear Markets for Mayhem. Everybody's pumped up right now. All right.
I appreciate it. I'm both humbled and honored by the support of y'all. Y'all are amazing, and you got a great captain of the ship here with Jim. So look, we had if you listen to my podcast yesterday, we had the kind of nightmare scenario play out that I was concerned about, which was QT. We were really hoping that we would not see the Fed broach this subject until later on in the year, and instead they actually talked about it in December. And so, you know, Powell hinted at that a little bit. He kind of said that they mentioned it, but he wasn't very specific in his press conference.
Yes.
In fact, he kind of tried to dissuade any questions about it, saying it was kind of like a future discussion. And indeed, there was actually a plan put forth that they want to do quantitative tightening pretty much as they're completing their rate hike cycle, if not earlier. And the problem with this, and if you recall the late part of 2018, is that QT is literally draining liquidity out of the system. That's the lifeblood of this entire bull market going back to 2009. Okay?
Yes.
So when you have an abundance of liquidity, you have this sort of rising tide that lifts all boats. You get a bid on just about everything. And if you want a good example of that, look back to April of 2020, when central banks around the world in concert added $12 to $14 trillion of liquidity in a matter of weeks. And so you had this velocity of liquidity. It was absolutely staggering. Came into the market, and of course, everything I should say had a bid. You know, there were people that were making 400% or 500% returns in 2020 because the velocity of that liquidity sloshing through the system put just about every risk asset on a strong bid. And so what happens when you invert that paradigm? Well, that's what we're looking at now. And the only other example we have in U.S. market history is the QT tantrum that we had in late 2018, right?
Yes.
So what happened then? We had this really profound drawdown. And remember, you know, we had a bid back after December, but we did not make a new all-time high in the S&P until the Fed said we're not going to do any more QT, right? They actually started to pivot more towards easing again to try to take some of the pain and the fear out of the market. So that's one thing that I want to just mention is that, QE was the liquidity factory. This is not a market that operates on economic activity. In fact, when you have strong macro, you have the market sell off. You had that strong jobs number today, that boosted rates, and you had a lot of weakness in some parts of the market, especially rate-sensitive components. So this is not a market that wants strong macro. It wants weak macro because that keeps the faucet of liquidity running, right?
Yes.
And so now they're saying we're going to turn off that faucet, and now we're going to drain the pool too, right? So they're not even just turning off the faucet. That's tapering. They're saying we're going to drain the whole pool. That whole tide that lifted all the boats, we're going to take that away.
Yeah.
Okay? So the other thing that's really important to think about here is that this consternation by the Fed, this sort of politicized inflation concern, this comes from an inherent misunderstanding as to how the Fed operates, right? The Fed stimulates the economy from the top down. It's very supply side driven. The transmission mechanism of monetary policy is directly into financial markets. So it's not like when the Fed, does QE, you get $100 in the mail. You don't. Yeah. No. Right? It trickles down, and maybe you get a benefit if you own assets, right? Maybe you own a house, your house goes up in price, maybe you own some stocks, or your bonds go up in price, but it doesn't actually really have a real-world connection to driving tangible, durable inflation. And so the problem that happens here, in fact, we're going to get into the weeds a little bit here on this, and I'm going to talk about one of my theories as to how this could make inflation worse. But the problem here is that when you do QT, when you do tapering, when you do rate hikes, and the inflation is driven more by supply chain issues than it is by demand, and it's also driven by labor, well, what happens to all these components in the supply chain that are leveraged? These are all companies that are paying on their debt. If their refinance cost goes up, what are they going to do? They're going to pass that cost increase down the supply chain. That's another form of cost push inflation from higher funding costs. So the Fed has no levers it can pull that actually are going to reduce the velocity of inflation. And in fact, and here's the ironic part, the Fed, as it is perennially, is late to the party. The velocity of inflation is already probably peaked. And so if we can't really acknowledge that, then, it's going to seem like their policy is working at first, but the reality is natural forces are at work. Liquidity is tightening globally. The global economy is slowing. And the velocity of inflation is beginning to show signs of abating. Look at those ISM numbers. They came out yesterday. That was some of the lowest numbers we've had in 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years.
That's something to keep an eye on. So what we have happening now is the Federal Reserve is essentially telling the market, we don't have the tools to fight this battle, but we're going to try with the tools that we do have. And remember, Jay Powell has repeatedly said that his view is that if inflation gets beyond their comfort level, that they will act, and they will act rapidly. So this is the Fed doing that 180 pivot, and they're saying they're going to act rapidly, but remember, they cannot actually do that much. Now let's talk about the other elephant in the room for a second to counterbalance all this. The United States government has $30 trillion of debt, right? And so the debt that they have is typically paid on a normalized rate that matches the 10-year bond. So the 10-year was at 1.5%, 30 trillion, 1.5%. That's a $450 billion deficit spend, right? That's kind of where we were. Where are we headed? Well, if we have QT, a 3 to 4% 10-year yield is reasonable to expect. At 3%, 30 trillion of debt, the deficit spend becomes $900 billion. That starts talking about forcing austerity. That's bigger than the DoD budget, which is $740 billion.
The QT discussion is the QT discussion is completely negative. The rate, the tapering in the rates we can all live with because the water is still flowing. The moment that they said, which they did today, I don't know who pointed that out earlier. It was Ryan or somebody in here, and the moment that discussion is starting, which you're making the point of, is now you have the drain and you have the water spigot being turned off. Maybe it was Douglas or something. And on the back end of that, I mean, seeing that article come out this morning with the Senate offering the dovish bullshit, saying, well, we're going to discuss it in the Senate. You know that's not going to pass in the Senate to be to be sending more money to Main Street USA to keep the money flowing
Correct.
elsewhere. The Senate couldn't do it before. They asked the Fed to do it in those hearings, right? And the Fed explained that they didn't have the power to do that. So then it gets thrown back on the Senate. Right?
Right. And one of the problems that we have that doesn't get discussed enough about how QE operates is when the Fed's buying U.S. sovereign duration, they're paying the interest back to the Treasury at the end of every year. So it's a huge discount mechanism on the cost of funding that debt. When they reverse that and rates go higher and they're not paying that interest back, and I'm imagining when they're talking about rolling off the balance sheet, they're talking about letting treasuries mature, then they're talking about actual quantitative tightening. They're talking about, this 30-year bond is going to mature, we're not going to buy a new bond. So that's sort of passive tightening. And then there's the active tightening where they actually start to sell off their balance sheet, right? So we're talking about the passive tightening right now with the roll-off, and then that opens the door to the active tightening where they actually start actively selling assets into the open market. So, this is a problem because if the U.S. government's saying we're going to come out here and we're going to do all this stimulus, where are you going to get the money? Foreign demand for U.S. debt is not healthy. Domestic demand for U.S. debt is languishing. And one of the biggest buyers, I think 40%, was going to the Fed, and now they're saying we're done. So the government doesn't have the fiscal elasticity to do these things. In fact, Build Back Never is now dead on arrival, in my opinion.
It's dead on arrival. There's no way it's passing. Absolutely no way that it passes.
Yeah.
And you know what? You just saw the spike in the 2-year as well.
Yeah.
The 2-year just spiked.
That's pricing in that sort of tightening cycle as well.
The 2-year on the 30-year like this is not good.
No, this is. I mean, really,
this is not flattening at all.
Like I know a lot of people try to say that we're going to go late cycle and we're going to have all these plays that are late cycle plays that we might be able to run in like energy and materials, stuff like that. Quite frankly, if they really do what they're talking about, the end of this cycle is coming like by the second half of this year, if not earlier. It may even be that we've already peaked in the market, and that's something that I recommend everyone kind of take a moment to process, because remember, the Fed blows the bubbles. The Fed also destroys the bubbles. The bubble that we're in was entirely produced by synthetic liquidity from central banks around the world, and when they pull that back, that ends it. And we can see that cycle in the housing bubble and then the great financial crisis that followed. It was the same exact pattern of behavior, and we could see it before in the dot-com boom and bust. The Fed tends to go too heavy in their stimulus, and then they tend to go too hard in their removal of that stimulus. And we got to keep in mind, we're in this sort of 4-decade-long debt super cycle. It's increasingly fragile. You've got over $150 trillion of global debt that keys off the 10-year bond. So, when you start talking about pushing rates up across the yield curve, you start talking about a lot of insolvencies. You've got over 3,500 corporations that don't make money, that can't finance their debt at higher rates. So you have a domino effect that could start to come on. That in and of itself can build into a recession. And then you also have the U.S. government, with the rates rising as they are on their debt, may be tempted to try to push that funding to shorter dated maturities. Well, what's that going to do? It's going to increase the supply of the shorter dated maturities when demand isn't rising commensurate with that, which has a yield curve flattening or even inversion effect. So there's a lot of not great things that come out of this conversation. And net, I'm tempted to say that if they actually follow through with what they're saying, they're kind of putting they're telling us that the bull market is ending, if they go through with what they're saying. That's really what the net translation is on this policy statement.
I'm shocked at the other end of this. They didn't discuss that side of it at all. I mean, I assumed I realized that you're going to get a couple dumps and some set bottoms on tapering and rates, but the money flow coming in, that just the discussion of that ending should set at least one fair sell-off into the market. And then, of course, if they follow through, like you're saying at this point, if they follow through with that, you would see the end of the bull run, 100%. I wonder what the drawdown is. Is it 35%? Is it 50%? I mean, how deep does it go? Does it go 35%? Because I would expect that the worst this year would be that in the worst case scenario, it's 10, 15 to 20%. But if you do all sides of it, then the drawdown should be at least 35, if not 50. 50 is real bad. 50 is you're talking a real bad downward movement. That's 2007, right? 2007, 2008,
And remember
2006.
what led us to that, right? It was the Fed under Bernanke getting really aggressive with rate
Yeah.
hikes at a time when there was an enormous amount of leverage in the system, in particular in mortgage-backed securities and credit default swaps and all this kind of stuff that was not really, the counterparties weren't funded to provide, their end. And then there was also just so much leverage. I mean, people are holding mortgage-backed securities that were yielding 6%. They thought they were AAA. They're 10-to-1 leverage.
Yeah.
It turns out they're worth a penny on the dollar. And the only thing that stopped that route, remember, it wasn't just QE. It was FASB in 2009 in March, and this marked the 666 bottom in the S&P. FASB came out and said, you know what, you got all that crap on your balance sheet, just mark it to whatever you want. And I started calling it, my euphemism for it was mark to make-believe,
Yeah.
right? Unicorns and rainbows everywhere.
Yeah.
You got your MBS. Oh, it's worth a penny. Here, we'll buy it for $1, right? And that's kind of what set the banks into being able to pretend that they were solvent again. The market took a U-turn, made a V-shaped bottom, which is very unusual for a real bottom. We saw that also in April of 2020. But it made that kind of V-shaped bottom on policy, and QE came in and helped to provide that bid. So this time, we had a kind of similar dichotomy, which is to say, the leverage doesn't exist as much in the housing market, but there's a ton of leverage in the equity market. There's a lot of leverage in a lot of corporate balance sheets. There's a lot of leverage in sovereigns, because sovereigns absorbed a lot of that, a lot of the problems that were happening during the great financial crisis and leveraged up in fiscal policy, and then did so again during COVID. And so there's just a lot of more fragile players across the entire credit market. And so this is a shock to the system. And the question really becomes, does the Fed do what it does best? Do they pivot? Or do they do the other thing that they do best, which is that they just overshoot? Right? And that's really the question that we as traders and investors are going to be watching and really looking at over the next couple weeks and months ahead for clues as to whether or not, A, does the economy and the velocity of inflation soften enough such that we can start to say maybe they'll look at the data and say this is not the right course of action. Or on the other hand, does the Fed kind of blind itself to those macro, like, hey, inflation's transitory when it clearly wasn't? Are they going to go flying blind again? And kind of take us off the cliff.
We're seeing the effects right now in some of these companies that you're talking about, these companies that are over leveraged with credit, outstanding debt in their companies, and of course what they're going to be end up paying in rates. You can see it in SQ right now. I can see it in IWM. There's some nasty put flow coming in on some small cap companies like Pins, IWM, Skills, any of these companies that were on edge. This is bad news for these companies. Without a doubt, right now, you can see it come. I can see the flow coming in right now.
I couldn't agree more, my friend. I think it's both what we're seeing in the flows, the words of the Fed, and also these technicals. A lot of these charts have broken down. A lot of key levels on these tech and growth stocks have been violated. The big thing that I don't think really enough people have discussed, because hey, it's been 12 years. It's really been maybe you could call more like 8 years of this. But you have these big tech companies. They are high beta. They are more rate sensitive, and they are the market. 40% of the Nasdaq is the top 5 holdings. 25% of the Nasdaq of the S&P is the top 5 holdings, and they're rate sensitive.
So
and we're talking about.
So IWM, not to interrupt, but IWM just came in with a put for $4.3 million at 210p for February 18th. That is not good to be seeing. This isn't for 2023. You're seeing major SPY puts coming in right now, guys. You guys, XME puts, CLF puts coming in, BABA puts coming in, OMF. Major flow coming in right now against the market, specifically targeting tech, specifically targeting IWM. Be careful out there. If you're looking at any of these big tickers that are holding up the market, like the Apples out there, the Apple's at a threat right now, absolutely 100%, especially with what Markets for Mayhem is saying at the moment.
Yeah, we really got to be careful on any of that kind of stuff. Anything that has a lot of debt on its balance sheet, even if it's in the the cyclical space. You got like Marathon Oil was a big runner in 2021, number 2 in the S&P, but they have about 8 times as much debt as cash. So even though they're benefiting from rising oil price, they have to refinance that debt at a potentially higher cost. So you got to look at everything, and now we got to look at it in a completely different way. Like what's going to happen with AT&T? Even though they're getting out of a lot of this debt, they still have an inordinate amount of debt. IBM, they've restructured a bit. but they still have a dividend. They're funding with debt. You've got a lot of companies that were even becoming darlings in this sort of rotation back into value that are not safe bets here because of the leverage implied by their balance sheet and because of really diminishing growth. They're not going to be able to offset the price by the lack of growth that they have. So, somewhere something's got to give. Now, obviously, it's early on in all this, so we're looking at this just interpreting the minutes as we see it. We do have another Fed meeting later this month until March, so we're going to possibly see some more information about that. I'm sure the press is going to ask Powell a lot more about how this balance sheet roll-off and, lurching into QT is going to look. But, this has a very strong risk-off feel across the board. I mean, look at volatility. Volatility did up pretty hard today, too.
Well, we've got Apple crashing through support right now at 176. You've got some minor support at 175, 174, and then you got a free fall below that, and the free fall at 171. It's 170 basically. That's a big move for Apple in one day. Apple was at 183.39 2 days ago, and it is now down to 176.21 at the moment. And so you can see for sure. Oh yeah, can I have that cup of tea, coffee, please? Don't come across the camera. Thank you very much. You can see right now that Apple's taking a hit. I mean, this is certainly risk off for the heavy hitters that are holding the market up. And Amazon was at the bottom of that bullish channel that they've been in for the whole year, right? I wonder what Amazon's doing right now. They're down only 46, but Apple itself specifically is, we know that Apple's holding up a lot of the market right now. MSFT, Apple. Who are the group of stocks that were part of the bond purchasing, the corporate debt bond purchasing? We know that Apple was in there, MSFT was in there, and there were 2 or 3 others, weren't there?
Yeah, and they're also, the funny thing about a lot of that is they're using that debt to buy back their own shares, which creates a very it's a feedback loop. If you have a situation where rates are rising and stocks are falling, then all of a sudden it becomes a lot more difficult to not only pay back that debt, but also you have the potential that you actually need to start selling off your shares to pay back that debt in some of the companies that are more leveraged and less liquid.
I want to see which companies were wrapped up in that whole thing. And back in May,
Apple since 2014, and Apple, they've reduced their float by 40% with all their share buybacks, is one of the staggering examples in big tech. And that, of course, has the weird effect of compressing multiples. It makes it look like they're earning better than they really are. It makes the stock look cheaper than it really is, and the reality is quite the opposite.
Yeah, there's a couple other companies involved. I don't know if Amazon was wrapped up in that deal as well.
They weren't. Amazon's actually one of the few that hasn't been aggressively buying back their own shares.
They're not selling off as steeply as I would have expected. They're targeting the companies that were taken the bonds are being purchased in. Let me see. I gotta look to see what
and dare I say that someone had some hint of this, because we saw a lot of this kind of pattern of selling really start on Monday.
Yeah, to an extent we did. My biggest concern today was definitely that the only real news that I'm looking for true negative on the market is going to be turning the money supply off. We already know about. For me, we already know. I'm expecting down the road the aggressive tapering to cause a fall in the market. I expected that more closer to February, March, and then the tapering as well will cause another dip. So we'll see that tapering start thereafter. But the one thing that we don't know about is, do they turn the money flow off? And today they said differently, right? Today was much different than when they talked. I think they touched upon it in the last FOMC, but they were very light on that subject. And that was really the one that I was looking for. And that one, hearing that today, I'm bearish. I mean, I'm bearish in the market at this point. There's no positive that I can see unless they do what you say is the flip side of that coin, right? That would be where you get the market cools off and J Powell pops up and steps in and says something other than, we're going to stop the money flow. And that was some bad news this morning. I saw that news come out that the Senate was talking about passing a bill to pump money into the system. You know that they couldn't do that when we were in the heights of COVID. They didn't have the political willpower to pass a bill like that. They tried to pawn it off on Jerome Powell in the Senate hearings, and Jerome Powell was like, "Look, my hands are tied. That's not within my purview to do something like that," because they were asking him to just give straight grants to Main Street, because they weren't loaning money to Main Street because they knew that Main Street businesses, small caps, mid caps, mom and pop businesses couldn't pay it back. So what happens? You take all these loans or these quasi loan grants out for $1 million or less for a mom and pop shop, right? And they know they can't pay them back ever again. And if the rates go up, they can't pay them back ever again. It's even worse. And so, these businesses, the end result is that they're going to close. So they have to find a way to survive, or they have to find a way to give free money. And they weren't able to give free money. The Fed wasn't able to give those grants away with no ties on them, pushed it back on the Senate, and now the Senate's revisiting it right now. So what is this, some kind of a play from the Democrats to say, you got to vote for more Democrats so we can pass this bill once the election comes? But the elections are coming up in fall, right? The damage will already be done between now and then. If the damage is done to the stock market and to the United States, then you're going to see a push to replace. In my view, that's what you'd see. Nobody wants new taxes. If the damage is already done to the stock market, then what do they care, right? We dump it and we start fresh again. And that's my question is, where are we at? 20%, 15%, 35%? And you're talking about the speeding up of that process, something that probably would have taken place in 2023, even into 2024. You're saying you could collapse that down into this year possibly, right? If they stop the money supply.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say something that might sound very controversial, but I think if they actually go through with an accelerated taper, aggressive hiking, and quantitative tightening, that the entire COVID rally will be given back.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I also want to say to folks out there talking about crypto, that is the most vulnerable asset class out there. It is pure beta. It is entirely driven by liquidity. It is. Look, I mean, stocks aren't going to go to zero, but a lot of cryptos can. And this is the exact type of environment where, let me go and give you guys some stats, just so it doesn't sound like I'm talking out of place here. But you've got $2.189 trillion in the crypto market. There are 16,433 different tokens. So just think about that for a second. How many of those are going to survive a normalized rate and liquidity environment? And I should add that none of them have existed in that environment. Like Bitcoin got started in 2008, but it really wasn't circulated until like 2010 plus, right? So none of these things really existed. Plus it was trading in the pennies. So it was like, how much further down was it going to go? So none of these things have existed in this type of paradigm. This is entirely new. It is entirely different. And a lot of people have said things like, it's a store of value. No, it's not. It's a hedge against inflation. No, it's not. It's going to be the new currency of the world. If you want to pay capital gains short, long term and trap them on every single transaction you do, I guess maybe, but then you got to find a counterparty that's willing to take it. And so, this is a perfect storm for crypto. I would not be surprised if it gets hurt more than other asset classes here, because the primary driver for crypto, I like to call it a hyper speculative relief valve for excess liquidity. And so what happens when that excess liquidity isn't there?
No, so my thought is the same as the Hunt brothers in the 1970s. I think you get the digital dollar at some point. The one thing that's scared me is the Build Back America or Build Back Plan, whatever, the BBB, whatever it's being called. They're talking about finding out all of your transactions, right? The moment they do something, they pass that bill, you're going to be able to see all of your Bitcoin, all of your crypto transactions. They're going to hunt you down. The next step is that you basically in some form ban or regulate Bitcoin, or you force people to remove their money from that store of value, quote unquote, and move it into the digital dollar. And even if you don't, let's say the Bitcoin's still allowed to be around. If they pass some kind of a bill there where they can track your Bitcoin and your purchases and tax you on it, it's gonna put a dent in people. It's gonna hurt people, right? And you've got simple people out there that'll move their investments out of Bitcoin into the digital dollar. I don't know if I don't want the Build Back America plan to pass for that reason alone.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think that the corporate tax hikes are problematic, especially given the backdrop happening, with rates, because tax hikes are essentially another form of rate increase. And so, we talked about the problem of inflation. We're already seeing all these different drivers for passing on cost increases to consumers. If corporate tax hikes happen, they're just going to pass that on to consumers and their customers,
Well, then you've got long-only hedge funds that are that are storing money in Bitcoin, and then they're pulling that out to cover margin calls, basically, right? That's what they're doing, right? They're covering margin calls with Bitcoin.
Yeah, exactly.
It's this steamroller event that ultimately points towards Bitcoin losing value. And Bitcoin's down right now, heavy, right? So Bitcoin's
Yeah,
down,
about 4%.
or currently 2.73, but it was down at 4 at one point, right? It's down at 44.7050 right now. So there you can see it impacting the market and outside of the market right now. Well, let's look up Bitcoin. I'm going to look up Bitcoin right now for the Bitcoin bros out there and see if they want to see where quote unquote bottom is. You know, I don't have that connection on this menu. I'm gonna have to look it up on my other one and see if I can find. I have another book map on another computer here where I can check to see where bottom is in Bitcoin, but it's not reacting very well right now.
It
44,739,
really isn't.
and there's a
It
stranglehold
really
on
isn't.
how fast you can sell, right?
Yeah, and it's also not very liquid. The spreads are wide. I mean, I've traded crypto enough to know I don't really like trading it unless it's a longer time horizon. Because if you're trying to get in and out pretty quickly, the spreads are going to eviscerate you. You're going to just bleed.
I want to see if there's even a wall up here or a target of sellers at 480 if they swoop down. So the sellers up at 480 on the SPY have come straight down to sell 471. If any of you guys are long
Yeah,
out there right now, it's very risky to be long in the market. Unless J-Powell comes out and says something different.
yeah, and really, like at this point, the Fed can't pivot without bad macro. I mean, like they're kind of boxed in. If we don't have a really bad like GDP print or employment print or some other kind of really important number or like a really low inflation print, they've kind of tied their hands. They're already losing credibility.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really important, if we are to see any pivot, that there's a catalyst at the macro level for that to happen. And another thing that I think is worth mentioning that I found very interesting is the Chinese central bank last night began draining liquidity after their dovish tilt. So they had been injecting liquidity into the system. Their central bank chief had been saying, and his name is Yi Gang. Yi had been saying that he was going, that the central bank was going to continue to accommodate
Yeah.
and continue to provide surplus liquidity to Chinese markets to try to cushion any blows from Evergrande and other real estate. And they started injecting 90 billion won one day, the next day, and then for 2 days in a row they withdrew 200 billion or more yuan.
Yeah,
And there
didn't
was
didn't they
no
prop up
policy.
Evergrande with 172 billion or something like that?
Yes, and they took a stake in another company that's now become a third state-owned. That was another insolvent real estate company. And guys, you got to remember the Chinese real estate market's the biggest market in the entire world of
Yeah.
all markets of any kind. It is the biggest by far. I think it's like $90 trillion, and a lot of that is leveraged. So there are high consequences in China if they don't ring fence that debacle as well. And as the Fed tightens, what happens in the United States insofar as monetary policy hardly stays in the United States. We are a globally interconnected market, and Fed policy drains the pool globally, not just here. There's also a lot of debt that's dollar denominated that's going to become more expensive while the dollar rises, which
So
means a lot of emerging markets are going to get routed.
I want to explain to any of you guys following this channel today that SPY is crossing over 471, 470.50, 0.52. If we break through there today, you are starting to enter bear town. You're breaking through volatility, a combo strike. There should be support here. And, hold on one second. I want to show you that right here in the SPY real quick that you can see right here you have major support between 471 and 470. If we break through on SPY at this moment, you're going to be getting very ultra bearish in the short term here, moving forward. So just be real conscious of that in the next few moments. You see that we've dipped here slightly, but we have way more sellers than we have buyers in the market right now, and the negative option flow is off the charts on SPY at this moment. If you're looking for price targets below from here, you're going to be looking for 465 as the next stop. You might get a bounce down around 466.31 on SPY, but you start targeting much lower at where we are right now. I'm going to bring I can't bring this up on this computer, and your ultimate target's going to be your ultimate target. Let's say your next stop down below is 46635 and 465.06. Pause the video if you need to. Snap a line in your charts, and then below that is 460. You're kind of free falling below 465 to the 460 mark. And this is all within the past hour, okay? Just be conscious of that. Keep watching, keep listening into Mayhem Markets and I. But I also want you to watch this this book map here and see if we find some support. If we don't, we're starting to crash through right here. If we start to break through, we could start free falling at this point. Don't want to create any panic out there, but just you need to know where we could possibly be headed. If we break below 460, that is full-on bear town. That's full-on negative gamma. You're looking for price targets down below from there at the 400, basically. 425, then 406. So off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure without looking. But I want you guys to understand that at this point, okay? Be real careful out there right now.
Another thing I want to mention to y'all, if you're tracking the NASDAQ, we got a call wall. We just broke below on futures at 15,914. It's also a large gamma level. That's now become a significant ceiling of resistance. Mm-hmm. So 15,914 on futures, 15,925 on cash. Worth watching that. If we get meaningfully below that, it can be a significant, if we get meaningfully below that and we stay below that on a weekly close, that's pretty bad. Vol trigger level on the NASDAQ is 15,764. Breaking below that's most likely going to induce a significant wave of selling. Not saying that's going to happen today, but that's a level to watch this week. So many things are happening so quickly that, neither Jim or I could blame you if your head's spinning. This is not, something that most people who have been in the market since 2020 have experienced. Folks like Jim and I have been around long enough that we've seen this kind of stuff, and we've seen enough of it to know how to navigate in it. But if you don't know how to navigate it, you really need to be careful. Small position sizes. If you're not comfortable with risk, don't take risk, and always defer to people that can help with mentorship or guidance. Don't go out on your own and blow yourself up. Don't try to be a hero and catch falling knives on a day like today. It's not worth it. You're going to destroy yourself if you do that. You really want to be more careful. And I'm not saying go short everything out there either, because with a move like this, you can have a violent bounce. So volatility could be higher. Maybe there's some straddle opportunities out there in the options world, but for now, caution is warranted.
Yeah, it's better for cash gang for new traders all day long.
Yes.
Yep, and we are at that volatility zone right now. You should see some sort of support on the SPY overall. You have to understand that IWM is now pinned. There's no way of getting out of IWM pinned unless some other news comes out. You've got major hedges coming on IWM at this point. Even if you get a snapback on the SPY at this point, it's grinding right through. So IWM out the door. If you're bullish on IWM, do not right now. Even if there's a snapback trade on IWM, do not take IWM as coming back anytime soon. And that hedge is on until February 18th. And that's a pin, automatic pin on IWM small caps. And I'm going to bring you back to SPY real quick. You are looking at some buyers here at 471. These are normally algo triggered buy levels, right? We're going to buy at 470 or 471. You do see you see some buyers stepping in here between 471 and 470. You could get a snapback here, but ultimately you're looking for a failure. You'd have to snap back above 473, 475 for us to not to continue to go down at this point. Be very careful out there in this market at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
So we've got people here saying it's all tough talk. Inflation is just tough talk. They won't raise rates. You guys.
I don't think that some of these folks have experienced how the Fed actually operates, even under Jay Powell. I mean, go back to 2018.
I've seen him be a hawk.
Into a market that was fragile. They were doing QT into a market that was fragile. Go back into the back half of 2019. It's not as if there were no signs that the market was going to potentially correct violently. Well ahead of COVID, there was all sorts of structural weakness, and the Fed kept pushing and pushing and pushing until the cracks became fractures, and the fractures became a giant hole in liquidity. This is not a Fed that is elegant in how it effectuates
No, it's not.
policy decisions.
No, and they don't know what they're doing. 3/4 of the time, it's all reactionary. And you're seeing you're seeing semiconductors fall off the face of the earth right now. You know, if you watch, if you guys need to tune in right now to semiconductors, you've got major put flow coming in, 510p for January 21st. These when you start to see put flow that's 3 weeks out, 2 weeks out on semiconductors, this is not good. You can see, you guys out there right now, check on semiconductors, SOXX. This is part of the major support of the market, major support of big tech, and they're falling off the face of the earth right now. Free falling, 538.17 right now at this moment. I'm going to bring up SOXX. Keep talking to Mayhem. Keep talking, brother.
Yeah. So look, just going over market internals, because I think it's something we should check to kind of get an idea of sentiment and distribution of buying and selling. On the New York Stock Exchange, you got 8 advancers to 25 decliners. On the NASDAQ, you have 11 advancers to 36 decliners. This breadth has meaningfully deteriorated from where it was just over an hour ago. So you see sellers really taking control. Up volume on NASDAQ, 1.5 billion. Down volume, 2 billion. It was about break even before. So, you know, you have a lot of distributive pressure on the NASDAQ. On the Amex, you got 7 advancing issues to every 17 declining issues. So small caps getting walloped hard here. And if you look at the sectors, there's very few sectors that are green anymore. It's really just energy and utilities and metals and mining, and they're giving it up. Consumer staples have a little bit of a bid, but pretty much everything across my sector heat map is not only red, but is consistently making new lows on the day. And then you look inside the factors, small cap growth, down 4% the IWO. IWF, the large cap, down 2.7%. High beta, which is another heuristic for risk appetite, down 2.4%. So just across the board, selling on just about everything. I've got a growth proxies. I just track a bunch of different ETFs like ARK, K, QQQJ, IWF, IWO, IVW, QQQ, QQQ. Everything is down. The least down are things like corporate debt and treasury bonds. But at the top of the list there, ARK is down to 86.50, which is taking out recent lows and setting up for a pretty significant swoon lower. I mean, we're now below the 2021 lows. We're now plunging into levels that are 2020 levels on ARK-K. So that's significant. Inside the NASDAQ heavyweights, Apple's now down 2%, 2.3%. Microsoft's down 3.2%. Amazon's down 1.5%. Google's down 4%. Tesla just made new lows, down 4.75%. Facebook down 3.3%. Nvidia down 5.7%. Adobe can't get a break, down 7%. The only thing inside the NASDAQ heavyweights that has a bid are safety plays. Comcast, Pepsi, Intel, Honeywell, T-Mobile, that's it.
We've got free falling going on in semiconductors right now. So there's no more support at 525. That's a support just left at 525. You're looking for a price target on semis at 500 currently. 500. And they're at 533. They sold off from 551. You're talking about a huge, what is that, 10% drop target on SOX right now.
Wow. NASDAQ just crossed down below 3. It's now down over 3% on the NASDAQ composite. That's everything in the NASDAQ. So you got more distribution of smaller cap companies. The NASDAQ composite down 3% here. S&P now down over 2% on the day by some measures. It was down over 1.5% by some measures. I have an alert that triggered for that. You got volatility now on the VIX up 13%, NASDAQ volatility up 16%. So a big demand for safety.
Speculative growth stocks getting whacked 10+% across the board. You've got SQ getting whacked 8%. You've got Roblox down 6%. ENPH down 21%. Tesla down 5%. MP down 10%. Talking about all kinds of, you got Melly down 10%. Roku down 12% currently.
Matterport down 14, Monday down 14, DNA down 12, GitLab down 12, Marqeta down 10. D-local down 13%. Yeah, it's just a bloodbath out there in the high beta, long duration territory. Just absolute carnage. Let's look at the Treasury complex for a second here. We do have a bear steepener happening in the Treasury market as rates rise on the longer end of the curve more than the shorter.
I'm placing some trades. I'm all bearish over here. And we are breaking through the volatility level on SPY currently. The break below 470 right now is very, very negative right now. We're at 479, or 470, excuse me, 56. Trying to save here. If there's no save here at 470, we've got a steep sell-off coming ahead of us here. And it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon right now. You'd probably expect more selling in the overnights.
Yeah, there'll be continuation for this for sure. The velocity of this selling, I mean, you've got a lot of orders that are being placed now that aren't even going to be filled. And then think about people who are in mutual funds that are panicking out right now, and those orders have to be filled tomorrow morning. So you've got a lot of overflow from this negative selling that's going to probably at least affect the market tomorrow up until 11:30 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, this is not good. It's printing, though.
No,
I'm happy it's printing.
You know, I mean, I'll put it this way, though. Like, you know, there wasn't a better way to bring an unceremonious end to not only this rally, but potentially the entire bull market we've experienced since 2009 than this abrupt shutoff of all of this supportive liquidity. I mean, this is exactly the nightmare scenario that I spelled out in yesterday's pod. It is exactly what anyone who is bullish of this market, full well knowing it was a liquidity bubble the entire time, should be concerned about. It doesn't matter that we had 800,000 jobs, 400,000 more than expected. You can see the market doesn't care about any of that. All it cares about is its next fix. It is an addict. It is addicted to liquidity. And if it can't get its fix, well, you see what's happening.
I'm such a bad guy. I'm looking at Robinhood to see if it's hit rock bottom so I can buy it for pennies. I'm like, how bad does some of these companies take a hit today? This is terrible.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I mean, Robinhood like new all-time lows. It's cut more than in half from its IPO price, and it got routed that day too.
Yeah, I wanted it at $15. It just bounced. I wanted to buy it right at 15. That's where support's at on Robinhood currently, $15. And it did just ricochet off. But let's see if we have more support even lower. Can we get Robinhood down to $2? Probably not.
Probably not.
And it did just ricochet. Some of these companies should sell off tons. I mean, you got overvalued companies across the board. You got a company like Hood. I don't like them. I don't like what they do. But if they're going to bounce off $15, I might have to buy Robinhood right now. I have to I got some puts out there on the SPY. I've got puts on IWM, and now I'm gonna take some along on Hood right here. Are you making any trades right now, Markets for Mayhem?
I've got some shorts on NASDAQ and SPOOs. I've got a long on volatility. Starting to scale out of these. It seems like we're getting a little bit of a bid coming back in.
Yeah, there's a bounce across the market right now. May 20th, March, August 19th. I'll take some leaps on. I'll take some, I guess whatever I could, it's not really a leap. August 19th. There's still huge interest in calls on Hood. Not shocking. Not shocking at all.
If they actually got their act together with their crypto wallet, there is some bullish potential there. But the question is, will they ever, actually get their act together?
Yeah, do they ever get their act together?
Can't say I trust Vlad.
No, they need to replace him. They need to add real charting, real trading, even if it was something basic like Webull.
You know, it's funny, too, because when I looked at their Q2 earnings, I think it was something like 70 or 60% of the revenue was coming from Doge commissions. And as soon as the Doge bubble burst, their primary driver of revenue growth went with it. And we saw in Q3 earnings that all wrote off. They didn't approve any other cryptos, so they weren't able to recapture that, things like Shiba or others that had run. And they weren't getting stock trading. In fact, stock trading revenues were dropping.
Mm-hmm.
People were really using Robinhood just to speculate on crypto, and then when they didn't have access to all the coins they want, they started going to other platforms.
So I'm gonna buy some February 18th 16 Cs. Something like that, right? February 18th, a couple weeks after their maybe 20C. 20Cs are down to 81 cents. Let's take a look and see if they fall slightly more. Maybe we can grab it at 15 bucks. Maybe I can get it. Maybe I can get it. It tagged 15.75. I really want it at 15. There's more support down below at 15.50 on Hood, and really the banks want it at $15. So I'm going to hold off here for a minute. If I can wait, if I can get that, I'm talking about $15 on Hood for like 3 weeks now. I'm like, I want it at $15. So I'm going to wait here and see if I can grab Robinhood at 15 bucks. You guys out there in YouTube land, keep letting me know once we get down to $15 on Hood. So I can get it dirt cheap. Can I check Beyond? Sure, I'll check Beyond for you guys. You want me to check any tickers for you, Markets for Mayhem? Mayhem for...
Gosh, I am not even touching anything right now, my friend.
Are you? Yeah, you're still wrapping stuff up right now, right? It looks like we're at a localized bottom at this point.
Yeah, I flattened out some shorts here, so looking for the next opportunity. Essentially, I'm not sure this high beta stuff, though. I mean, what is happening here is kind of a death knell. We could get a relief rally, but a lot of this stuff, wow, this is just
crushing death blow. Invesqua's on here. Vlad needs to go. Yeah, we got to bounce on Apple at 175. It's still targeting much lower. It's still targeting at 170, but that's a brutal sell-off, even to 175. For Apple, at least it is. We got to bounce on SOX right now. You've got a small bounce on SQ. All these speculative growth are catching a bounce right now. I can't long any of this stuff. You can't because of how overpriced it is. You really can't. You got a small bounce coming on the SPY right now. Maybe there'll be a small relief rally. You're going to look for rejection somewhere around this 471.45, somewhere around 473.42 or so. Maybe 473.73. You take another short down lower. I'm going to look at, hold on, we're going to look at the SPY real quick and just see if that support is really forming. And I did see a support level get down there at 460 a few moments ago.
I see a lot potential ceiling at 47.1933 on the March contract for S&P.
Well, you got the VWAPs up here at 473.78, so you're gonna look for some rejection up there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not good. That's a nice print, by the way. It was funny because earlier today we were talking about. I said the last 3 of these FOMCs, the meetings and the minutes, everyone was on the short side of the trade. Everyone was on the long put side of the trade and the short side of the trade. So I took the long call side of the trade and won all 3 times. And then as we were talking about it coming up today, I said, whoa, it's really weird. Everybody knows today that we're going up. Everybody's long right here in this FOMC minutes meeting when you should be taking the short side of the trade. And the 473s, right? Those 473 puts that were 15 cents we talked about earlier. Let's see where they're at right now. Let's see what the print is on those bad boys. Let's see what the print is on those puts right now. So the 473 15-cent puts are now worth $2.56.
Wow.
$2.56. We talked about those earlier today. A whole bunch of people jumped in on them. Another leg down here or double bottom. You might see a small relief rally to sell off into the overnight. You could see some dealers buying futures, but that's a tough one. That's a tough one that the dealers are going to be buying futures. We have some real negative news out there. I don't know that it's worth it. It might. Let's say the dealers buy futures. We have a little bit of a rip, but then you get right into the 6 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock. Well, let's say 4 o'clock it begins, and you just see more relentless selling before you can actually get into or get out of any kind of a relief rally. I'd be really concerned about that heading into cash market tomorrow, even if there is a relief rally.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things is that, even if we do get a relief rally, it's most likely going to be short-lived and sold into, so you have to be super nimble to capture something like that.
Yeah, so those 15-cent 270, that was the contrarian trade right there. 15 or 13, we had 15-cent 473 Ps. They went from 15 cents to now they're up to $2.80. Woo!
Incredible. Wow.
All those calls that were at 478 worth 1 penny now. Worthless. And the put side, nobody was in the put side coming into these FOMC minutes. So you guys that are watching out there, how many of you guys were holding those 13-cent or 15-cent puts? Any of you guys holding those out there? Garrett sold his 470 Ps for $2.10. Cap told you the trade an hour before it manifested. All for free. Yeah, Invesco is saying to Markets of Mayhem, as we said last night, Markets, that liquidity sucking sound is less than comforting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the trade today. Trade the opposite of what everybody knows everything is going into this today, right? You know that everybody was long today. If this, it worked 3 times, but the 4th time, everybody knows the market's going up. You know that it's going the opposite way. And it has a lot. Some of it has to do with the news that's coming up, but some of it has to do with the where the market is, right? When everybody knows something's going to happen, it usually goes the other way.
Exactly, and we had yesterday the Wall Street Journal floated a trial balloon on behalf of the Fed talking about quantitative tightening. So we knew that there was some potential that was going to be something we were going to hear more about in the near future. And we had Neil Kashkari make a comment where he's the most dovish member of the Fed, and he came out and said, "Well, the last time we did a balance sheet runoff, it went well." Yeah. And of course, I don't know what the hell he was smoking. It must be amazing, but it did not go well at all.
Those puts are printing so fat right now, and they're going to keep. I think we sell off into the close. I do.
Yeah, I think we do too.
It's 3:23 in the afternoon. Do you really relief rally into the close? I think you got panic sellers stepping in. I think they sweat it. Maybe I could be wrong on this.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stops that got triggered on that action. That volatility really damaged a lot of people.
Margin calls go out at 3:30, right? Is that what time margin calls go out?
It depends on your broker, right? So some brokers start that process at 2 p.m. Others do it around 3:30. Some do it just as soon as your account is insolvent. They start liquidating it right there. Yeah. So it depends on your broker.
There are some people buying Apple calls January 7th, 177.5s. $400,000 or $500,000 worth of them could be a bounce play. I can't recommend. I'll be honest with any of you guys out there watching this podcast right now. I would not recommend that you trade this relief rally. They are dangerous unless you're a seasoned trader and unless you can hedge yourself in futures. If you can't hedge yourself in futures right now, playing a bounce, then I would not be buying any bounces here.
Yeah,
you just can't. You have to be able to hedge yourself in futures. You have to be able to hedge yourself at 6 o'clock in the morning or at 4 a.m. Once the cash market awakens tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I agree.
Kashkari's permanently on drugs. Nicola puts. I tell you what. Tell you that. Hey, if you guys like this show, please subscribe if you're a brand new trader. If you are making money or not losing your shirts by following us on Twitter, by following us on YouTube, make sure you're following Markets of Mayhem. He's got a great Discord. He's got a great podcast. He's also got a YouTube channel, I think now. I haven't seen that one yet, but I want to check it out. And then he's got a great Twitter handle. Check him out. Please like and subscribe. Please, I have a donate button in the subscription to help help continue to be doing this YouTube live stream every day. Please donate to help support the channel. Please donate. If you don't like donating on PayPal and YouTube, check me out on Twitter at Captain's Alpha. There's a pinned tweet at the top of my profile. You can donate there with just a credit card. I hope you guys are making money today. Hope you guys aren't losing your shirts in this market right now. Markets, man, you want to say anything to these guys before we check off for a little bit?
Yeah. First, I just want to thank everyone for listening and for your support, for supporting Jim, for supporting me. It means a lot. We're trying to do our best to give traders, retail really an edge as best as we can, because we really are fighting a asymmetrical battle where our enemy is incredibly well armed and we are not. And so, it's work that I take some pleasure in, because I know that I'm helping people. I know Jim does too. I mean, really, anything that we can do to help you all means a lot. And, just pay it forward. If you're getting value out of this, do whatever you can to help out the next person. If you start learning enough that you can help others too. Because
that's the biggest one right there.
We are all fighting this war together, and we're fighting a war against ourselves, and our ego and our discipline and all that. But we're also fighting a war against 65% of order flows coming from HFT algos.
Yeah.
You got like market makers that see all kinds of information and flows that we don't see. They have an outsized advantage. So anything we can do to help each other as a community is important. It doesn't matter if you're on the long side of a trade and someone else is on the short side of the trade. It doesn't affect any of it. It's about, hey, can that person challenge your opinion and maybe you learn something from it? Maybe you become a better trader and investor. We're all in this together. So that's what I want to leave it with. I want to thank Jim for the opportunity to speak on here. It's a pleasure to be with you all. And just, be careful out there, everyone. This is uncharted territory for most of y'all. It's uncharted territory in the sense that the Fed is being much more aggressive than they ever really have been, and they're tightening. So please be careful with your risk. All
right. Thanks, Markets and Mayhem. Check out Markets and Mayhem on Twitter. Check him out on YouTube. He's got a new YouTube channel. He also has a voice podcast that he does. And make sure you subscribe to his Discord. All right. Take it easy, man.
Thanks, Jim. Take care.
Thank you, man. Later. That was eventful. How are y'all doing out there? Some of you guys are asking if there's a bounce to buy here. Possible you could buy a bounce here, but you have to be trading futures to hedge that bounce. Okay? And if you don't understand what I'm saying right now at this juncture, how to hedge a bounce trade, then I'm going to tell you, do not buy this bounce, okay? If anything, start thinking about a sell the rip mentality, unless you have the Fed come out, or unless you have the president come out. You need to have someone coming out to refute how the market is interpreting what's taking place right now, okay? So if you need to have someone say, no, we didn't mean that, right? And because the market overreacts to any new information or any information that wasn't harped upon in the actual FOMC, right? So if the FOMC is feeding us some lines and then downplaying some others, but in reality, in the back meetings, in the back rooms, what they're talking about, they're not just talking about a tapering escalation or rates, right? 2 or 3 rate increases. They're also talking about the money flow going away. And that includes any kind of money flow into the system. This morning, Walter Bloomberg put out an article, I think it was at like 4 or 6 o'clock this morning, posted an article about how the Senate would be, or possibly take up pumping liquidity into the system, right? That's not going to happen. You could possibly. You need a lot of moving parts for that to take place. They couldn't get that to happen at the scale they wanted it to happen during the height of COVID. So to think that it's going to happen right now, maybe if we burn the market down, they'll do it, right? Maybe. I don't know what to say on that. You're going to if you want to see this bounce play work, you're going to be really looking for someone to come out in public and talk about this kind of stuff. Otherwise, I would just be on a sell the rip mentality right now. Any rip that you see, you sell. You can see weakness into the close right now. I think we sell off into the close at this point. You might see some light buying of futures, you might see that. But even if you do, you're possibly going to see the selling resume at 4 a.m. unless someone comes out in the news. Okay? Yeah, SPY should break right now into the close. There should be some increased selling. 3:30 p.m. for a lot of funds is margin call time. And I guarantee you that there is some pure panic going on in the market right now. Absolutely has to be some pure panic going on in the market. You know, Markets and Mayhem was talking about the beneath the surface what takes place in this environment. How negative this is for a lot of companies that are out there, especially speculative companies, right? They rely upon easy loans. They rely upon low rates. They rely upon money flow. And they're not producing anything yet. You have a company that, I mean, Tesla is somewhat still speculative growth, but you've got companies out there that aren't producing anything. They're relying upon this cheap and easy money. And when that goes away, and you've also got new bills coming in on these previous loans that they were given, if they haven't produced something at this point, their heads are on the chopping block. It is dangerous. So you are looking for someone to come out and say something, and an alternative speak from the Fed. And I would not trust any talk from the Senate or from the president. You need to be hearing this from the Fed if you're looking for something bullish for the market. You don't want to hear the Senate say something they're going to try to pass a law in November, or depending on who gets elected. You're really looking for the Fed to come out if you want to get bullish again on the market currently. It is sell the rip time, okay? So I want you to realize that. I hope a bunch of you were able to buy some of those puts earlier this morning that were very cheap. The second trade that we talked about this morning was buying both sides, right? I think someone even quoted. We said, I think it was at Quinn Invests. I said to you, you've got the call side for 473 that was 18 cents, and you had the put side that was at 15 cents. I said it's 32 cents, right? And you can still cut one side loose at some point. Well, you can see that those puts are just growing in value right now. You don't care what you lost on the call side on that market straddle at 1:30 this afternoon. Selling put says SPX flow is bullish. Asia future is going to be hot tonight. Yeah, there's nothing bullish about it right now. Thank you very much, STT Voyager. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Please check me out on Twitter at Captain's Alpha, and please support the channel. It takes a lot of my time and research to put these videos out for you guys. You guys know the trades that I'm making on here. If you guys could please support the channel, I've got in the description box, I've got a donation button. I've got a donation button on the Twitter handle. It's at Captain's Alpha. You request to follow, and I'll approve you to get into that sub so that you get these live streams every day. I don't post these live streams publicly, though we do have some of the public come in from the YouTube side of things. I don't post this for everybody on Twitter. That's why we have a small stream. We've only got 183 viewers right now. I don't try to attract new viewers. Hope you guys are making money. Hope you guys are learning how to trade to not lose your shirts out there. I mean, we talk about this, right? We talk about not losing trades anymore. We talk about becoming a better trader. We talk about protecting yourself when you're taking on trades. We talk about making money, right? How do you put a hedge on? How do you straddle the market in these situations, right? I don't know what else to say to you guys. UVXY calls 800%. Booyah! No, don't buy puts. Yeah, we already bought puts. We bought puts earlier. My puts are way up right now. My puts are gangster right now. My puts are gangster. And I think they're going to keep printing into the close here. Puts are up to $3 right now. They cost me 18 cents. 18 cents for puts. They're up to $2.95. I'm going to sell right now. $2.97. Woo! So what you guys want to be doing is, thanks, Dad. You're welcome, Mateus. Yeah, I'll do some of those right now for you guys. I'll do some approvals right now. Let me get on Twitter. That was a great trade. And DMs are open on Twitter right now. And I see some follower requests. Trade of the day right there. That was trade of the day right there. Upstart puts are at 125 or 120%. Oracle's at 70%. UVXY call selling going to be heavy. Does this mean we won't see SPY 480 more or any more? You know what? Unless you hear something different from the Fed, no, you're not seeing 480. And you're most definitely not. You've got a hedge that just got slammed down in IWM. You're not going to see IWM going anywhere at this point. Anywhere. IWM, in my view, is pinned. I would expect nothing out of IWM at this point. I didn't see heavy put buying or hedging on the SPY. It could have came through and I missed it. Where I saw the heavy hedging was on IWM, which is to be expected. Hang tight. I'm gonna put this mic up. That was a great day. So I just closed my puts on the SPY. If you guys want to know, I'm going to expect a relief rally of some kind into the overnight. But even if we get that relief rally into the overnight, I'm going to sell the rips. So we're still selling, right? We sold earlier. We're going to sell again unless something else different comes out. And I'm looking for something from the Fed. If the Fed doesn't come out with anything positive at this point, that was the plug pull. The key information in that FOMC minutes was not the rates and not the tapering. The key information, the key takeaway, no matter what anyone else tells you out there, is the money flow stopping. That is the key, okay? Because we already know about the tapering. We already know about the rates. You'd get more. We have bumps in the road for that stuff. We have known bottoms for that stuff. The one thing we don't have a bottom for is the money, right? When the money stops, right, the market stops. There's no other way of putting that to you guys out there. It's just like talking about the tub earlier, right? You've got the drain on you get the plug on the drain, you get the water coming out, and we had the plug in the drain. When you pull the plug, that's tapering in rates, right? The tub drains, but when that tub is draining, if you still have the water coming in, the market's still moving. It's still functioning. But if you pull the plug and you turn the water off, there's no more water coming in. And when you have no more water coming into the market, that's bad news. You know, there's no other way to explain that. That it's real bad, right? The tub's gonna get cold. Your body's gonna get cold. You want to get out of that tub. If you see a Fed pivot, can I tweet it? Yes. Yeah, that's what you're looking for. Is the Fed? That's what you're looking for is the Fed pivot. If you don't see a Fed pivot, then that's ugly news, right? Yeah, you guys want some new levels for tomorrow morning? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log off here for just a minute. That was a pretty wild day right now. Thanks, STT Voyager. Money, yeah, we made some bank today. This is a good day. Yeah, you should see a bounce in futures. You should see dealers buying futures a little bit, but there should still be continued relentless selling until there's a Fed pivot. If there's a Fed pivot. If anything, the Fed probably will still want this to sink in some more, top the market off a little bit, and they can't really reverse at this point, right? The cat's out of the bag. Yeah, this is just sell the rip at this point. Unless you hear the Fed come out and say anything, this is all sell the rip. That was outstanding. That's a good day. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question out there, right? So we were talking about this earlier this morning, right? First thing we talked about this morning was what? Like, what are the takeaway lessons from today? Let's talk about what the takeaway lessons were from today, right? We remember that previous FOMC meetings and minutes we remember that everybody knew the market was falling, right? These are simple trading strategies, right? Everybody knew the market was falling. And so I took longs, right? Traded the contrarian trade. Then this time, you see the markets, everybody's long this market heading into FOMC minutes, right? And a complete flip of the last 3 FOMCs, right? So you're taking the contrarian trade, and it prints the same as the last 4 on the opposite side of that trade, right? And then we even offer up a straddle, right? You straddle the market so that no matter which direction it heads in, it's still going to print, right? And we ended up trading down at this point, and it didn't matter that we had those SPY calls, right? It didn't matter. So I want you guys to remember these lessons. So this is the 4th one, right? Now we're at the 4th FOMC event where we've printed. And so I want you to remember these things when we head into the next FOMC. When you guys want to start trading events like FOMC, you can see where everybody knows everything is going to happen, and sure enough, we trade the other direction. Oh no, I've made bank and long into FOMC. Bank. Same thing. It's always do the opposite. Do not buy calls. I don't care if SPY goes up to 473, 475. You need it to go up to 473 or 475 in cash market. If you can't follow SPY up to 473, 475 in cash market, then you have to have a futures account to hedge futures on the downside risk in the overnight. Yeah, no, I see these monster apple calls. I see. It's not that you can't trade this stuff. It's that when you're trading, let's say you're trading apple calls and you're going to hold those overnight. If we start selling down in the overnight, do you have an instrument to cover the losses that you take on those apple calls if they're burning it open tomorrow? You can buy this. You can buy this close. You just have to have a way to hedge it. All right, so hope you guys had a great day trading today. Yeah, you get a short-term bounce. It's not saying that we don't get a bounce here. If you guys want to see real quick, the volatility level here is at 470 and 471. I'm going to post some charts for you guys so you can see where this bounce is. I would not trade IWM. Stay away from IWM. Please, please, please stay away from IWM. Can you dump SPY below 470? Thanks. There is no support. So there is a pin on IWM at this point. And the price target on IWM currently to trade lower, unless the Fed pivots. I mean, you guys think the Fed's going to pivot between now and tomorrow? Do you guys really think that the Fed pivots today or tomorrow? It's possible. I mean, dude, I don't put anything past any of these guys. Nothing. Nothing would shock me coming out of the Fed, coming out of any of them. But the price target right now is 206. There are some 210 puts, $5 million worth of puts. 5 million on 210p, right? You've got major support down below at 206. I want to say 206 is the lows from earlier in the year. But I would be selling the rips on IWM at this point. You guys want to bring up Tesla? I'll bring up Tesla. You guys got any tickers you're going to bring up and see how it is? Any of you guys that are long in stock that want me to bring up any tickers to help you guys out there, okay? We'll do them right now. I'll do Tesla right now. I'm going to end up doing Palantir next. Easy with the tickers, 1 or 2. Dude, that was a great trade. That was like trade of the month right there. That was a kick-ass trade. Yeah. That's mostly me right now is day trading. I mean, I'm holding stuff overnight that I know is going to print. I want to look at Tesla on a longer dated. Yeah, you know, Tesla's not so bad off right now. Tesla's able to take that pit. I'm not bearish on Tesla unless right now. Tesla would have to break like 900. But I do want to buy Tesla at 750. Spy put for tonight. No, if guys are all awesome. You guys want some futures ES levels? You guys want some futures levels? You guys, I'm going to shut this down and show you guys some levels. I got levels out there. I got levels for all of ES. I got levels for ES, and you know what I'll do? I'm gonna take some screenshots of the ES levels. They're gonna get blown out from this event, but I pretty much have where they are for NQ, RTY, and for ES. I'll post them on Captain's Alpha today. Okay, so I'm going to do some tickers for you. I'm not. Looks like, you know, the pump on Tesla. Tesla's holding up. Tesla's speculative, but they're building cars, man. You guys got to understand that Tesla's building cars. You got a company like Rivian not building cars. They're going to take a hit. They're going to take a hit whether you like it or not. Even if you like that company, you know, even if you like Lucid, they're going to take a hit. SPY is now plummeting again. Is that true? Yeah, we got more SPY puts coming in into the close. You got some hood buyers coming in. Hood buyers are coming in right now. I mean, that's the thing about hood. The thing about hood is that they produce something. So hood, you guys want to take some calls out? Hood produces something, whether you like it or not. They produce something. BA, they produce something, right? When you get a company that's not producing something, this is no bueno. No bueno for any of those companies. I might have to buy some of that hood action real quick into the close here. Yeah, I gotta buy some of that hood action. I can't let that go. Hopefully maybe we get a sell down into the close. Give me just a second, guys. I might be trying to buy some hood. If you guys are looking to buy calls into the close, make sure you're buying companies that took a hit today that produce real goods. I got one for you. DLTR, 617, 145 calls. Believe it or not, some hood calls came in. You guys want to be looking for companies that are, you know, that produce real goods. They got knocked off today. Those levels are meaningless right now. Yeah, so what happens is the levels will change slightly due to the market coming down. Yeah. Hold on one second. I got to put a trade on here. When is hood? The roof is on fire. This is brutal. Still have all kinds of... Ooh, that's a nice one right here. You guys want a nice... I think we can get there. So Hood, you can buy debit call spreads, 17.5s and 18s for $13. Pays $37. Did you guys hear that one out there? So there's Robinhood, February 11th. 17.5, 18 calls. They pay a lot of money. They pay a ton. I don't know what they pay anymore. I might have to replace this order. I'm going to add a little bit more money in there. Pays almost 300%. Give me that fill in to close. Give me a fill, baby. Give me a fill on Hood into close. This is the second time I've missed a Hood. Second time I've missed. Early MOC. Sell side on SPY. We'll take a... Before we get to... we're on BA right now. You guys want to know where BA is? Yeah, BA is held up pretty well. Really want to buy BA at like 175 again. Ceiling on BA is 220. SPY, yes, you've got a huge sell imbalance coming into the close. 500,000 or 5.9 million sells to 4.6 million buys. You guys got so many tickers. AFRM. Let's see if we can knock out some tickers before the close here. What's another one you guys are looking at? Guess they didn't pin it today? Hilarious. SPY new low, right on. Yeah, I like credit spreads. I like credit spreads when we're going in that direction already. If I'm trying to catch a knife, I'll try to grab, what do you call it, debit call spreads. Yeah, they're not going to pivot when HYG is SNBR. Who's that? SNBR? Amazon. Had some pretty good support on AFRM at the $79, $78 level. What's Roblox doing? Did Roblox get whacked a little bit? I like Roblox too. They produce something, right? They're not... Ooh, yeah. Roblox at $88. They might still free fall down to 76. That's going to be a nice trade. If Roblox can hit $70 here, I'm a buyer all day long. I'm going to wait on Roblox right now. We have some Lucid calls coming into the bell. Bingo calls coming into the bell. VIX calls coming into the bell. All kinds of puts coming in after the bell. Index puts on SPY, QQQ, puts on Apple into the close. Apple is the trade. If you guys are losing money trading, we got XOM calls coming into the XOM calls coming into the close. We have LABU calls coming in the close. February 11th, 40C. We've got some energy calls coming into the close. They probably got whacked today. I can't believe it, but I keep seeing Piton calls coming in all day long. I can't take that trade. Lots of Apple puts are just flowing in. February 4th, 165p. Woo! Yeah, people are gonna get wrecked here. Did Uber get whacked today? I like Uber too if it got whacked. Yeah, see, like Uber's holding up just fine. I mean, it's on a top of a channel. It should come down back down here, but Uber's held up real good today. You know, you guys are watching that, right? Companies actually produce something. You guys see AFRM? Do not be buying dips in companies that do not produce real goods. Thanks, Kirk. I can't get to all your tickers into this bell. Yeah, you've completely broken through the volatility level, the combo level. Opinion on risk assets have already deflated 79 cents. D-specs, bios, for example. What? I mean, I should have bought the bear suit before. What is my opinion on risk assets that have already deflated 79%? You know what? I'll be honest with you. So really what you're looking for in these moments, and I've talked about this in the past, right? When we make a large move to the upside and you see certain tickers not participate in the rally, you want to take note of those tickers, right? When we have major sell-offs like today, if you see some tickers not participate in a heavy sell-off, you know that the banks are still long in those stocks and they're not ready to stop that movement that's bullish. So if you're looking at bio stocks, right, today, at the end of the day, get on FinViz and see which ones did not have a major sell-off, and you'll be able to have insight into seeing which banks are still carrying those stocks, that they're not going to sell them right now. And I would buy those. There are easy ways to figure this stuff out, and note that's one of them. Today's a prime example. If you get into FinViz at the end of the day, and you can search up, right? Matter of fact, I'll bring it up right now. I'll show you guys what to do. Okay? This is for Justin. Justin, I got you covered. Hang tight, brother. So I'm going to close this for the bell. And I want to show Justin something here into the bell, okay? You probably already know how to do this, Justin. You probably don't need me telling you how to do this. But if you guys want to find out, right? If you guys want to find out where, like, which companies participated, right? Which companies did not participate in the sell-off today? So if you were looking for sector, right? It's a prime example, right? I think it's sector, right? Hold on a second here. Give me just a moment. Or industry. Can we do industry in here? Biotechnology. You guys wanted biotech. Is it biotech that you wanted, Justin? I'm assuming it's biotech, right? So, Justin, if you're looking right now, right, you want to see, this is just for the day today, right? You can see which ones sold off a ton, and you can see which ones were up today, right? So you can start to see, and you can do this by price as well. You can pay for a membership from FinViz and do this by price. So if you only want to buy a stock, let's say you want to buy biotech today, that let's say you want to buy biotech today that's $20 or more or $30 or more. You can adjust this by price. But like Edgewise Therapeutics, up 24% today. Why? Why is Edgewater up? Did they participate today? Right? They didn't participate today, did they? Doesn't look like it to me. Right? Can we do a daily chart on this? I don't know. Let me bring them up on my other one. Right? So Edgewater just had a bid in after hours. Just caught a bid in after hours right now. Untouched by the sell-off today. Untouched. So this is a prime day. You guys want some homework for yourselves today? You guys like speculative growth tech, or you guys like whatever you guys like out there? You get yourself inside FinViz today, not tomorrow. You get in there today, and you find and identify the companies that did not participate in the sell-off today. When you find those companies, wherever your love is out there, you got some of you guys like biotech, some of you guys like healthcare. I don't care what you like. If you like something, right? You find the industry, you find the sector in the industry that it's in, and you identify the ones that did not participate in today's sell-off. Find those setups for tomorrow for yourself. Especially if you're a bull. If you're like, I can't be a bear, I don't want to be a bear. You can find them right here. Even the ones, they were up huge today, right? So you got Edgewise was up 26% today, right? Maybe it's already done what it's going to do. But if you start looking for different setups in here, you can start to see the turns in some of these companies. You can see them turning today. Like this one right here, MIGI, they're only up 5%. They're just starting to turn. So I don't know what to say to you guys. Did that help you at all, Justin? It did help, right on. And see, Chaz is saying Donut didn't flinch. You guys want to identify, on days like today, you want to be looking for companies that did not participate in the sell-off. And I do this on the flip side too. So usually what I'll do is on a huge rally, I'll be checking on the biggest pushes. Did PayPal participate? Did this one participate? Did PINs participate? When they don't participate in rallies, that means there's a hedge on them. That means that the banks aren't long in them. If the bank is long in something and they're not getting out of that long, they're not going to participate in a sell-off. They're not going to if they're hedged heavily, they're not going to participate in a rally. Yeah. Yeah, INTC I would expect to absorb big bullets today. INTC is traded by banks. It's not traded like Nvidia is traded. It's not traded like did Amazon take a huge hit today? Yeah, so Amazon broke a little bit of support today, but not that much. I mean, they're still on their trend line. They still haven't broken, right? Even if we're risk off, notice how Amazon didn't have the massive sell-off. They sold off $63. That's nothing. That's nothing for Amazon. Yeah. All right, I hope you all had a great day today. Please like and subscribe if you can. If you can help support the channel. This is a free sub for people out there. So I don't require anybody to pay to have this sub. I don't know if you guys can pay for this elsewhere. I bet some places you can, but I doubt there's many. I've paid for a ton of these services. So please help support the channel. It does cost money for me to run this stuff. It costs me like 15 grand on just the stuff that I pay for. And then I have to provide like fiber internet, and then I got all this equipment I got to buy and all that kind of crap. And it keeps me motivated to keep doing these live streams, and it keeps me motivated to keep trying to get information out to you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed today. Yes, John. Those 473s are cranking, brother. Cranking. Yeah, there's some massive. We have more hedging coming in after hours in IWM. 208p for February 18th. That's directed directly at IWM. We talked about that. We talked about IWM being the most bearish of all 3 indexes. I sold mine at 298, so you're talking they went up 100% between the last time I talked and right now. Yeah, puts paid well on Amazon. Hope you guys are making money. Hope you guys aren't losing your shirts. Have a wonderful afternoon. It was great trading with you another day. You guys see how we can switch in a moment? You guys see how easy it is for you to take that switch, in events like today? That you can hedge events like today? That you can take a straddle on the market and still print heavy money? Diz was unaffected. So right now, I have sold out of all my positions. I have 1 order in right now. So I sold out of all my positions right now, and I did not get a fill on hood again. This is the second time I haven't gotten a second time no fill on hood. The second time this week I tried to buy hood at the bottom, and I'm not paying extra money for that spread. I refuse. So final word on Palantir. I posted once before, anything under $20 is where you want to be a buyer. I haven't checked Palantir right now at this moment. I can look real quick. Ooh, that's a steal at $16. You can just dollar cost average at $16 if it's still there. Yeah, I like it at $16. Anything under $20 is pretty good. They have a high float. They've got so many shares out there. It's insane what it takes to liquidate. There is some concern on Palantir because you've got it's still a risk. It's risky, but it's not risky. But the problem is that you've got people losing their shirts in Bitcoin right now. So if they start to remove their buy-ins on PLTR, there is risk on that side of things, right? You got pumpers out there, basically, right? You probably have people like, no offense out there either. I shouldn't say anything negative about, but you guys know there are some pumpers out there on social media that are long on speculative stocks right now, and you know that they need to cover margin calls that are probably coming through today. So let's say they're heavy in PLTR, then they're going to sell those positions to cover margin calls today. So there are some ripple effects that move through the market. Anything under 20, I think, is a deal long term, 1 to 3 years out. But could you see PLTR trade down lower than 16? Easy. Trade long enough to see tickers go to zero, right? You guys see tickers go to zero all the time. You see companies get absorbed. You see mergers happen. Did you guys have a good day today? I had a good day today. Did you guys have a good day today? Companies that retreated to your previous bank buy zone. Do you think the banks picked it up and it now has support? I don't know. So so everything's happening as fast for you as it is for me. Yes, I will check my Alpha DM, Chaz. I'm on it. I have to look back on these stocks right now. I have a ton of work to do. So I have to see where the gamma is in the market. There'll be a gamma shift in the market at this point. There are going to be support and resistance levels are going to shift in the overnight. There's a lot of work that is going to happen in the overnight. You saw earlier I showed you on the SPY that the call wall at 480 disappeared, or it started to fade. So you're going to start to see supports turn into resistances, and you're going to see bears getting real bearish, and they should get bearish at this point. That information that came out in those minutes, and I remember matter of fact, I remember that they talked about it. They broached the subject and glossed over it in the last FOMC announcement. So if you go back tonight, some of you guys will want to do this. Go back and you'll hear Jerome Powell talk. Jay Powell talked about ending the actual money flow, and he glossed over it. And the moment he glossed over it, we went ripping. It doesn't matter the tapering and the rates matter, but there's bottoms to those events taking place. There'll be panic sell-offs from those events taking place as well, but there's still bottoms. The problem is when the money flow stops. I love you, Josh. You know, Josh, I was stationed in Korea. I was stationed on Rodriguez Range. That's a crazy place, bro. Nice. All your put spreads are printing now, right? Yeah, so we talked about that, right? We talked about, what did we talk about last week? So SL Sloan C, what did we talk about? We said buy yourself some put spreads. Date them far out, right? 1 to 3 months. They're going to print one way or another. Right on. You guys are making money. That's good. I like that. Yeah, it is hilarious that Citi came out and raised their forecast. You guys all have a great night. I appreciate you being with me today. I will catch up with you all tomorrow. Thanks to everybody for tuning in today. I appreciate it. Hope we were able to walk you through today. Hope we made trading today easier on you out there. Hope that you guys aren't getting smoked, burned, smoked show out there. Thanks, Matthew. I appreciate that. You know what ended the day strong, by the way? Uranium. I saw some, I did see some oh no, or was that Unity puts? Maybe I saw Unity puts earlier. Did you bring back a wife? No, I didn't. You know what's funny though? I got a funny story before I get off. You guys want story time? I got a funny story. Don't tell anybody. I was secretly dating a sergeant, and I was like a Spec 4 or something. And I was secretly dating a sergeant, and I had a love affair with her on the way over there. And then I did when I was there, right? So I had this love affair going on, and she was like the hottest girl in the entire battalion. And I got cornered by a bunch of sergeants and by my LT. And they cornered me, and they were like, hey, Jim. This is a true story too. They go, hey, Jim. They go, there was like I think 2 or 3 of us that were up for an Army Commendation Medal, and they didn't know who to give it to. So they're like, what's your best story from your deployment to Korea? And they said, whoever's got the best story out of you guys is going to get the Army Commendation Medal. And so I said they had me in a cornered, right? They had me cornered. These guys had me cornered. I had we had a soldier go AWOL, and I wasn't relieved from a post I was on. I was on a listening post, and I was never relieved. So I stayed out there for days by myself alone. You got to be quiet and all this shit, and you can't break radio silence. All this stupid nonsense, right? So I was nominated for an Army Commendation Medal. Anyways, that's all bullshit. All medals are bullshit in the military, believe it or not. Sometimes you do more shit that you should have got a medal for that you don't get a medal for. So it ended up, they were like, whoever's got the best story that you can prove, you have to prove the story, will get the Army Commendation Medal. Those are the rules. And they were like, what's your story? And I was like, I'll tell you the story and I have proof. I go, I'll tell you the story and I have proof. But I can't get a court-martial for it. No matter what, I can't get a court-martial for it. And so what happened was, it's so terrible. I was like, well, I've been sleeping with that sergeant over there the entire trip, and nobody believed me. The sergeants that were there, the LT, were like, Martel, you can't prove that, and there's no way you can prove that story, and I don't believe you anyways. And how I proved it was when I was on a civilian air flight over there. When I was heading over there, and I got caught by some stewards and stewardesses or whatever, flight attendants. I got caught having relations with her in a bathroom at like 40,000 feet, right? And they were going to announce it over the intercom, and I was going to get in trouble for that. I would have been court-martialed for that. So I was begging them not to announce it. So a flight attendant went run to the front to the captain. I tell him not to announce it real quick. And they wound up giving me a certificate for joining the Mile High Club on the flight over. And so I got the medal for that story. And I didn't get in any trouble, and neither did she. And I wound up marrying her, believe it or not. Yeah, don't tell anybody. So I ended up getting a medal for betting a hot female sergeant, smoking hot. Some of you have seen her picture. I've posted video on Twitter about a year ago of her pictures and all that. She's a hot woman. Fraternization is frowned upon in my day. Oh yeah, it was in my day too. Definitely frowned upon. Yeah, you buy puts into strength tomorrow. It's sell the rip, bros. Men, women, whatever you guys want to call yourselves out there. I know some of you guys go by other things, but you're gonna sell or you're gonna buy puts into strength. You're selling the rips. Any rip into tomorrow you're selling unless there's a pivot from the Fed, and it better be a strong pivot. I was just following orders. That's right. D-nuts. D-nut. All right, y'all have a great day. We have these story times every day, right? I got more stories than you can count. Still married. Yeah, all these years later, still married. Sorry, ladies. Still married. She grabbed me and never let me go. Gave me 2 beautiful daughters. And I love her more than the entire world. She's my best friend, actually. My best friend. Still married. All these years later. Put up with my shit for too many years. I met her when I was 26 years old. Love her more than the entire world. I would be nothing without her. I don't know how that happened either. I don't deserve what I got. Same wife. Same person. Wound up married. Matter of fact, we didn't get married. We grew up in a generation where all of our parents were getting divorced. So we didn't get married, and then we had our first daughter. And then we had our second daughter, and my father-in-law said that he didn't like the idea that we were together. He said, I didn't expect you guys to stay together this long, and I don't like that you have kids and that, or you're going to have your second kid, and you're not going to be married. So we got married just for him. A very small ceremony. It was like 6 of us. So you go by them, they, so I can use the carpool lane. Yeah, time to dig into your. I think I might have deleted the pictures and the videos of my wife because I didn't want to put them out.